2 fucking years of taking my money.
Hello. Good morning, chat. Yesterday, when I said I was feeling nauseous, it was a full on. Yeah, that was not a drill. I'm having a cold right now, and so my voices might be a bit fucked, and I might cough a lot. So I figured it would be a great idea to first of all stream, second of all read a bunch of dialogue in the game that I'm gonna be playing today. Right? That's fun. That's a great idea. Did you get bitten again, or why sick? I don't know why you get sick. What do you mean, why did I get sick?
Get well.
What do you mean, why did I get sick?
Like, get warm or something, Lamau. Nico Hyper Albi Strong BTW, did you know? Chat, I can't.
Thank you for the sub, Danyami. Why did you explicitly choose to become ill? Yeah, why did I don't know, man. Sometimes, stupid fucking mistakes, man. I thought about it and I was like, yeah, I wanna have a cold right about now. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be great. To not be able to do things, I love that. I mean, I do them anyways, but you know, I technically aren't able to do things. Easy. Anyways, good morning. We're playing more Atom today. I've been playing a lot of Atom lately, and I've been drawing a lot of Atom lately. I did play a little bit off stream. And just get the Albi Shungites in chat if you want, because I did off-stream mining. I did, and I grinded, because it was a really boring task, chat. It was a very boring task. And it was just that, it was a task. The task of getting myself the boom glove. The boom fist. Because to do that... Here we are, gaming. Hi, this is my game. This is the video game. To get this weapon here called the boom glove, that thing that I found the recipe for the other day, I had to go to the Jew, and then I would have to buy all the advices from the toilet recipes, which is this one, and then I have like, I think I have like, did I sell them again? I think I sold them. I sold them, but I did buy the recipe for the spiked glove, for the weighted glove, for the battle gauntlet, for the boom glove, for the weighted, yeah, for the all of the gloves, and then I made not one, not two, but 4 svinchotkas, which is this little like fist, the first fist weapon I ever made. 4 of them. You need 4. I think you need 4, right? Because then you use the svinchotka in the weighted glove here, because this one requires 1 svinchotka, 2 bandanas. Oh, you can't even see this, can you? What if I do this? No, what if I do this? Now you can kind of see it. 2 bandanas, 1 rope, and 1 of that thing. Then I need 1 weighted glove to make this spiked glove, right? And then I need 2 spiked gloves to make a battle gauntlet. And then I need 2 battle gauntlets to make a boom glove. Like, you double up twice? Can you see the 2x? See the 2x on the glove on the chat right there? 2x of the thing. And spike glove. Battle gauntlets needs 2 spike gloves. Like, fuck me, man. So basically... yeah, so that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 twin shotguns, okay? And that took a while. Because I needed 4... I needed 4 spike gloves, right? Yeah. I also had to go hunt rabbits, because this thing requires hair fur. Fur of hares. There aren't many hares in the game. There are hunters in the game. That's why I'm over here in Fogolevka, because I went to a hunter here, I bought some hair fur, then I went to the Roaring Forest and I hunted hares, because I needed more than that. I bought 10 hair fur here, and then I killed 3 hares here, and that was like, then I hit 12 skins, and that's all I needed for the... You know, it was ridiculous. Yeah, but anyways, that's all to say, I got the weapon now that is a glove with a gun attached to it. It uses 9mm bullets, and it hits really hard. Harder than anything else I have. The problem is that it costs 4 AP, and it also costs bullets. So, on the turns that I like... some turns, I would like to use the Knucklebuster, right? The problem is that I need to have stimulants available. So, for example, this thing costs 4 AP regular and 5 AP if you aim. This thing costs 2 AP if you regular and 3 AP if you aim, right? So, in an arm build, we definitely want to have the boom glove as like a I want to one-shot someone really tanky option. But I feel like it's equally important to have the just a regular fist that doesn't cost 4 AP available. Also, I have 2 katanas. So there we have it. Either way, I'm gonna have to get more of these, and because I want to make another battle gauntlet, because these things they're pretty good, but I have to make 2 more spiked gloves for it, which means I have to get a bunch of shit, and it's yeah. Anyways, I think I have to make another battle gauntlet, I'm gonna have to kill bandits and just loot their weighted gloves or something, or loot their spiked gloves, because doing it like this is insane. Why is dog sick? Is he stupid? Yeah, I don't know. I just got a cold. I mean, isn't it literally the season right now to have a cold? Now is when people do get colds, right? I was under that impression. I have drug withdrawal. Okay, so I'm also addicted to stimulants, both in real life and in the video game. So I have to use this to sleep for 6 hours, and then 6 hours. That's too long. It's 8 in the morning, and now we have food. An ant has snuck up on me. Thank you. Also, last stream, we respect Fidel. What? Where is the exit, man? How do I get out of here? Why is the camp maps this big? What the fuck? Oh my god, the camp map is big. Jesus. Yeah, respect Fidel with a obsidian water thing, and he now is better with machine guns. It's the middle of rain season where I live, so of course we play a sick arm this time. Yeah, same. But we just got hit with cold weather, and yeah, it's raining. So, Mr. Streamer, have you tried using the mystery serum you got from a forest cave? No, I haven't. Should we try that? Could. Do I have any questions for Golevka? No, nothing. I could pick up more quests. But I honestly think we should just go to... where do we have quests? We have quests in Krasno. Oh, you should probably go to Krasno then. Yeah. Alright, let's go to Krasno. Let's do the Krasno quests. Is it just black tar heroin? I wouldn't be surprised, man. The companions use ammo? Yes, they do. They use ammo. So we gotta keep a stock. Doomsday Cult. You know what? We're just gonna fight them because they might drop some gloves for me. Oh. Oh, they're using, yeah. As Fidel now can shoot 2 times per turn, and he hits pretty hard. It's pretty good. Let's go over to this guy. Oh, not use the... Okay, yeah, so this is the problem. I have 3 AP and this costs 4. So I'm just gonna stand here and do nothing right now. Anyways. Give me ammo. Give me meds. Give me food. Yeah, so it's a bit weird in this game how, like, if I, for example, have... Oh, we got scrap metal, that's nice. If I have like, the stimulant equipped on me, like, and I click on some other person, then the game thinks I want to use it on them. And not only does it think I want to use it on them, it tries doing it, and it uses AP trying it. And then they're like, I'm gonna pass, because we're not affiliated. Healing me? Your enemy? No, we can't do that. So then, you know, it doesn't work. Can't do it. And my AP just gets drained, which is epic. Love it. Alright, we got dog shit. Killing people for 1 turnip, just like in real Eastern Europe. Well, I not only that, but I also got scrap metal. And scrap metal right now is pretty important, because we need to repair a car. How much do we got? I like how he stops walking when I open inventory. He does, yeah, that's great. Why? We have 4, okay, nice. Meet the scavengers, yeah. Hi, guys. Armored collar dog. Oh! This belt protects the neck of the battle hound and also provides a strap for the master to restrain him. Oh shit. Yeah. Dog armor, what the fuck? Cocky scarf. This guy has a spiked glove on him, right? He does! Okay, we're just gonna rub this guy's, fuck it. Yeah. 200. Okay, I hit for 200 if I headshot. Holy shit. That's a lot. My dog is blocking me. Thank you, dog. Nice too. Spiked glove, yeah, we need that. That saves me a lot of resources. Holy shit. Thank you. And we got a dog collar, yeah, that's nice. More stimulants for me, yeah. Good, good, good. And you? Claw knuckle duster. Okay. Oh shit. 1423, what the fuck? That's pretty good. Okay. I think that's better than like what I could make. What does the spike claw do? 16 to 22. 3 for AP. 14 to 23. Oh, this is actually yeah more. 2, 3, 4, 3, 4. It's only this like one here that's 2, 3. Quality knuckle duster. Claw knuckle duster. Well, this one costs 1 less AP, that's valuable. Now we have an attack for high damage and an attack for regular damage. And if we get one more spiked glove, we can 1423, 1622, yeah. So on average it's higher, and this one... Yeah, okay. Good. And if we get one more, we can upgrade it to a battle gauntlet, which is probably better. Does anyone know if quality is like a modifier that reduces AP cost or something? Or is that like part of the knuckle duster? Gumshot dogs, is it gonna nuke NYC yet? Well, I did nuke Los Angeles, so we're halfway there. Boom glove seems to not be worth it with a 4 AP cost. Yeah, it's like if I'm finding like a super tanky enemy, sure. But other than that, it seems like a waste of materials, no? Or waste of AP, really. Talk away out, yeah. Withdrawal. Oh no. I'm fat. I gotta drop something. Drop the cans. Drop the 2 kilos, 1 kilo, 4 kilo soap, damn. Vidal, what do you got? You can carry 4 more. Or 16. 16 onions is only not even a kilo, okay. What else? Okay, now we're sure we're good. He's too heavy now. Oh. Okay, now we're all... No one is fat. Let's go cure with roll. It's getting annoying. Altari Sharin, thank you for the sub. You haven't bought the car yet? No, I haven't had the money yet. I had to do a lot of... I had to buy like the Oblivion ampule so I could respec, but then I can't afford the card, so... The car. So, we're trying to fix one now. That's the current objective. And, yeah. Doctor. I think there's a doctor over here. Can maybe fix with roll? Here, yeah. Apteka. It is a name. There's no knuckle duster, only quality knuckle duster. Okay. Yeah. Medicine. Endurance. Okay, it's an endurance drug. Cure from withdrawal. 13,000. Okay, well that's really expensive. That's really expensive, man. Oh, it's 10 of them. What if I only want to buy 1? I can, yeah, we can work with that. We can work with that. You can buy some more, okay. Yep. Okay, now Gosha, use the thing to cure your addiction. Perfect. No more withdrawal. Now, our quest says... mushroom cult... Some Pavliuk Vadim Nikodmich character hates the mushroom cult and need to assassinate his pet pig, which apparently will teach him a valuable life lesson. Okay, so let's kill the pig of the guy who doesn't like mushrooms. That's the quest. Imagine if there was a droid that actually cured addiction, people would just be fanting it up every weekend. True. True. I keep forgetting which one is the House of Commerce. Is it this one? No, this is a hotel or like a apartment complex. Was it in the previous map or is it over here? This is it. Yeah. Does this say House of Commerce? Top Ruparnaata. Surely. Who are you? Holy. You notice a tall man draped in army belts, eye-gilets, and other knickknacks. His weird attire is accentuated by a huge gas-powered chainsaw hanging from his belt. You, get over here. The man's voice, deep and scary, but at the same time somewhat melodical, makes you freeze in your tracks. The man looks you over. 1 nose, 2 ears. Eyes show at least some intelligence. I can see you are no mutant, and since you're not a mutant, how about joining the Red Guard of Lenin, comrade? Die for the General Secretary today, because tomorrow might be too late. What's this about? Ignorance is bliss, future guard. Wisdom pushes towards heresy, but everyone should know what he's going to die for, I guess. So I shall tell you what might seem like crazy talk first, but actually isn't. Okay. After the war, humanity was set back 1,000 years both technologically and morally. That led to the creation of various weirdo cults, which look like blatant parodies of cheap sci-fi novels in the past, and thrive on the stupidity of the common man. Sometimes the only thing that holds such organizations in place is our misguided interpretations of historical truth, or the object of idiocy in the members. Hell yeah. The worst thing about such crackpot cliques is that they cast doubt on us, the Red Guard, a true and honest organization created to battle the mutant hordes by none other than the immortal Lenin himself. This is so interesting, never heard that story. All emotions extinguished on the man's face. You only see his inspiring faith and loyalty that shine in his eyes. Have you ever heard of Vladimir Lenin? What can you tell me about him? Are you talking about the Russian revolutionary, a scholar of Marxism and Soviet political leader? Smoke and mirrors, illusions and pseudoscience. First of all, Vladimir Lenin was never a mere mortal. He wasn't a mushroom or radio wave, even though some people think so. He was more of an entity, a combination of the best minds in human history, that mixed together in one body. Damn. Fathers of communism, Marx and Engels, Chernyshevsky, Clara Zetkin and Rosa Luxemburg, always felt that capitalism would mutate humanity into disgusting abominations, deaf to the desperate cries of the starving masses. But they also knew they cannot stop this terrible future on their own. Oh, Dios mío, where do people like that even come from? Continue. Marx, Engels, Zetkin, and the rest saw only one way to stop capitalism, a truly noble way. So they gathered in a snowy Russian town of Simbirsk and killed themselves in a huge pentagram. Only to be reborn 6 months later as one being, known as Vladimir Lenin. Thus, the mighty Lenin started leading the people to heaven on earth, and he threw the heretical religions of the past into trash. He started telling people to study more, and turned a terrible war-filled century into a golden age of communism. And when his body started to give out under the pressure of his giant mind, he placed himself in the glass bed of Kremlin to telepathically guide his people to salvation for all eternity. He does that through special channeling statues that are placed in every corner of our motherland. Sounds quite logical. This is a true story, by the way. Hexagon agrees. Sure thing, it's logical, but because it's true. I think I understand. Lenin's statues are actually powerful conduits for Lenin's astral powers. He talks to his worshippers through them. Until these statues stand, the capitalists can nuke all he likes, we will survive. But now, one of the statues is in trouble. A horde of moral and possibly even physical mutants, degenerates, known as the scrap dealers, wishes to melt it down and sell it to the heartless metal merchants. I've gathered 2 groups of battle brothers, but without a wise commander, they will not succeed at storming the well-defended scrapyard, where these monsters keep the statue. Tell me that you are ready to charge the forces of chaos and bring glory to the General Secretary, as well as a noble death to yourself and those who are crazy enough to follow you. Yes, for Lenin, let's save this damn statue. Hand me your map. The man opens the poem. Okay, he opens the map and shows me a location. You will now go to this location. There you will aid the guards who stand against the mutated horde, heretical enough to steal the statue of a great Lenin. Don't let your eyes deceive you. Your enemy is not human. They are mutants, are of the worst kind, political and ideological. When you finish the good fight, report back to me, understood? Yes. All glory to the USSR, my brother. Time for talking is over. Only heroism and glorious death will await you now. Okay, let's do that. I'm ready. Where's that? Old scrapyard. Okay, let's go. This is a good mission? Yeah, I can imagine. Let's do it. Scrapyard is also good because we need scrap metal. Scrap metal is one of the things I need to repair the car of the old dude. Our red little fucking Fiat up in the boonies. You ain't killing the pig this year. Whenever I have like a thought that I'm gonna go kill the pig in a basement, somehow I just happen to find something that sounds a bit more interesting. I don't know, you know, what it is, but you know. Yeah, what the fuck? What is up with that? $13 to $21? Oh, I think this is still better. This is, yeah, it costs way less AP. Aimed 3 AP? Yeah, let's use that. The spike glove barely does more damage. And it costs 1 more AP per hit. Let's just, I've been using this thing for so long because of the AP cost. Lol. XD. Politicians are mutants. Anything new? Gum Nathan. What happened to Bino? Me? I just got sick. I don't know. It ain't that deep, man. Scrapyard is down here. Yeah, look at that. Yesterday said it was not well. Oh yeah. Yesterday yesterday I started getting sick, and today I am sick. That's it. Nothing too bad. I just have a cough and a slight nausea. But I'm drinking some ginger tea. Why do I always fail escaping the fucking ants, man? Why do these always get me? Like, I can... Good lord. Every other event is no problem, but every time I have to do one, it's one of these, like, fucking mosquitoes. And these guys always hit what's closest, so I can't, like, actually, I can't contribute. Because by the time the things get here, they're already dead. I need to waste ammo on this shit. My god. Oh well. Experience. Experience. At the end of the day, we're leveling up, whatever. Do you like the game, albino? Yeah, it's good. It's good. Solid game. But I haven't finished it, so I can't really speak on, like, is it good? So far. A man in steel armor runs before you. He's armed with an old handgun and a radio. He looks at you full of suspicion. Halt! Are you one of the Commissar Vladilenus told me about? Yep, I'm here because of the statue of Lenin. Right. It must be you. So, let's not get... Thank you for the sub, Lefanusa. It must be you, so let's not get things too complicated. The mutants have their camp over yonder, the statue is also kept there. We surrender their camp and are ready to attack. Time to show these freaks that the progressive humanity will never accept their degeneracy and their money-grabbing attitude towards Comrade Lenin's relics. What do you need from me? Tell me in a few words. Here I have 3 detachments. One is getting ready to storm the northern gates, the second will be blow up the wall and get inside, the third will be lockpick the back door and scrap here and attack the rear. You are our guest experts, whose duty is to tell me which detachments should move out first. Which one second and which one third. Just do it quickly or we wait too long. First, we'll send out the ones who will blow up the wall. No, let the guys who will open the back door go in the battle first. Blowing should go second. And the third detachment should storm the front. May luck be on our side. Okay, let's do it. Lockpick in, blow the gate, go in. Yeah, that seems right. For Lenin. For fucking Lenin, man. Where's the enemies? Oh, they're here. They're here too? Wait. Oh, they're like fucking behind me. What the hell? Shit, I gotta tell my dog to stay back. Hold up. Defense. Chill out. Yo, chill the fuck out, yo. One shot. One shot. Should we walk over here and do this? Enemies are so spread out. I don't really know where to go. I guess we'll move this. Yeah, sure. There's one guy in here. Oh shit. They get knocked down from being shot? Damn. Didn't think they would. Why are you using fists? Who is that? Is that the... It is 3 health. Are you out of bullets? Wait, did he lose his gun? What the hell? So the enemies are... Okay, so they're on this side. Let's go over here then. I spent all my turns just running. I love being melee, man. It's so good. Why is it still fist fighting? What the fuck is wrong? Is he out of ammo or something? Well, this whole thing seems pretty free, honestly. I'll just put my guys in here, and then when the fight's over, like... When the fight's over, you know, don't block, please. If there's enemies left, they'll have to fight us close quarters, and then we win. And in the meantime, we'll just let the AI fight itself. More corpses is better for me, we get more loot. So if these guys die, that's like whatever. And like either way, they're communists, so like what's the worst that could happen? No. Is it the max battle speed setting? No, we could turn it up actually. It's just for now, turn battle speed to like twice that. That should be a bit faster. Fucking Lamau. Oh. Well, here in the front skid, they're getting wrecked. There's so many left. What are you doing? Is that my guy? No. Fuck. Uh-oh. Are they coming for me now, or what? I think they are. They're coming for me. Let's wait for them. Much better they come for me, and then I have to go out there. The more cover we got, the better. Now I just go over here, and we just like fucking aim in the head. Back to cover. Back to cover. But just go out here now. These guys don't have a melee weapon. Or they have melee weapon. Yeah, no guns, no guns. Let's do it. Wanna fight? Die. Hmm. Uppercut of doom. There we go. 400 XP is pretty good. What, you got the combat again? They got two more guys over here. Uh-oh. Oh my god! They're getting wrecked. There's more? This is so jank. Come on then. I didn't get to do anything, man. Not even this guy. Not even that guy. Oh my god. It's all over, we did it, and the statue of the Great Secretary is saved. You did good. Thank you, now get back to the Commissar. I'm sure he will thank you for your work. Okay. Oh my god, what the fuck, they have so much shit. Wait, can I put the armor on the dog? Wait, didn't we buy the dog armor? We did. Okay, it's got a armored collar, nice. Hockey helmet. Thanks, man. Loot the car. Is that a fucking functioning? Oh, no, it's yeah. For instance, a rather rusty, grimy, but still intact car. Weird looks and ugly grey paint hide once of the best creations of the Soviet automobile industry. GAZ M20 Pobeda. Lack of space in the garage doesn't let you see more. So, first thing you'll need to do is getting the car out of the for closer inspection. Roll it outside. After rolling the car outside, you decide to rest for a while. Looking at the Pobeda, it looks like someone worked on it for quite a while. Did they plan to turn this into a sports car? Inspect. You carefully inspect the Pobeda. One of the tires is flat, there's no key in the ignition, and the tank is empty as well. It's not as bad as you thought, but still, you will have to work to get it started. Start fixing the wheel. You stir down the near the flat wheel and you inspect it, trying to understand is there some mechanical turble in there. Touch it. You inspect the wheel looking for problems, but you can't spot anything wrong with it. Poke the tire with your finger. Nope. Kick the wheel. You kick the wheel as hard as you can, but only sharp pain grease you. Touch the wheel. As you inspect the wheel, you notice the valve stem fall out of some tire. Fix the wheel. We fix the wheel. First, search for the key. Check the glove box. Search the panel. Look at the floor and check the space under the seats. Search some more. Search some more. Search some more. Take a look at the car to find other problems. Look for gas in the trunk. Look for gas. Look for gas. Look inside the hidden compartment. Pour gas into the car. Take a look at the car to find other problems. Start the engine. Try again. Pop the hood up. Diagnose the accelerator. Start the engine and set on a journey. Oh, we got a car. Yo! Here we go. I now have car. Fuel 0.4. How do I make it more? Fuel is low, yeah. Where do we go now then? Krasno, right? It's a bit weird to use it, but... Talk her way out. Enter. Well, the speed is way better. Open gas tank. Do we have gasoline? I'm sure one of... Hexo has gasoline, right? Diesel? Gasoline, yeah. Refill? Okay, so now the gas should have like way more tank should have way more gas. Good. Oh, and it parks closer to the nice, to the entrance. Very good. Let's go. Now we can go kill the pig, chat. Now we can do it. Finally. In the House of Commerce. It'll happen. Refill sounds nasty. Yeah, it kind of does. Nasty refill. Okay, store. I kind of forgot to loot the rest of the corpses, but I doubt they will have anything useful anyways. It would just be. And we're already carrying like full capacity. Fuck it. Whatever. By the way, having car equals infinite inventory. Wait, really? Is that a thing? About the mission. We have eyes and ears everywhere. I knew that you did your sworn duty before you got here, and I already sent people to safeguard the monument. What you did was grander than the achievements of even the best Red Guards. Why, I'd say even akin to the Angels of Hammer and Sickle, our warrior elite. Mayhap we will survive another day, unlike most history-loving societies. At least, this is what I hope for, as I grant you my loyal blade, the Lenin's Wrath. Do not forget to feed it enemy blood, rookie, and farewell. The mustache man hands you a bulky old chainsaw after giving a deep bow to the statue of Lenin. Walks out of the city. Seems like his job is done. Now that's a gift. Lenin's Wrath, 120 melee weapons. Oh shit. A scaly chainsaw art piece covered in quotes from the Communist Manifesto. A dangerous weapon in close quarters. Refueling outside a battle. Gasoline. What the fuck? Well, I can't really use that. I went unarmed. I went unarmed. Whoops. Whoopsie. Let's try to go downstairs. Is there, like, there's supposed to be like a bunker under here somewhere? The elevator. I was just going to ask about the bunker. Oh wow, what kindled your interest about the humble little bunker? Ivan Ivanovich, my colleague, invited me for a visit. May I pass? This is something to do with the elections in Natonoye, right? Yeah, I remember him mentioning how he'd found a new pal. Come on in and give my regards to the old man. Thank you. Nice. Bunker, where's the pig? Piggy. Where are you? Where's the bureaucrat's little fuck toy? There it is. There's the pig. Who's this? A middle-aged man walks around the room with an annoyed look in his face. From time to time, he stumbles upon a pig who grunts indifferently and mumbles something under his breath. What are you doing here? Answer quickly, I'm having a terrible migraine. Oh, what's the pig doing here? I'm sorry, is this any of your business? If it's here, that means it should be. Is it clear? Is our conversation over? Then please, do me a favor and leave my apartment before I call the guards. I want to ask you some questions. Is that okay? What's your name? Nikodomich. Oh, so you're the one I'm looking for. The Secretary General wants to talk to you. Are you serious? Couldn't he have sent someone? I know? Anyway, I got you. I'll go see him. Yeah, you should go see him. Oh, pig. No, close the door, man. I don't want people seeing this. Yo! Okay. And the dog opens the door. Wow. Nice one, dude. Okay, so now we've left a scary note on the pig corpse. The warning. And then, yeah, that's it. Goodbye, pork chop. Rip pig. Let's go to the Mushroom Society. They should be very happy about this.
So yesterday some arsehole fired a nuclear missile at my country and our society is in shambles. If I ever find out who did it, I will make them pay. At least I still have internet to wish my favorite streamer Gome.
Good morning, devs. What's up? Yeah, yesterday we went to a nuclear facility and sent nukes at LA. It was pretty funny. Did you deliver a message? Yes, that's why I'm here. Go on, I'm listening. The pig is dead, notes read. You are a real hero. Sad that we only had to stoop to assassinating... Sad that we had to stoop to assassinating an animal, but Vladimir Nikodimich left us no choice in the matter. Now that he is dead, the deed is done, he'll surely think over his policy again. I'm certain of it. Anyway, how about paying me now? Oh, that. Yes, you're quite worthy of a reward. I believe 500 rubles should be enough. The money also comes with 5 medkits. Oh, come on, Aranda. There's some more than that. Fine. Here's 200 more rubles and 2 more fists. Okay, gimme. We had a long think and decided that some traitorous spy would never work so hard for our cause. You risked life and limb to help us. Great. This is why we decided to task you with missions of a rather serious nature. She's lost in thought. Our organization is gathering all sorts of artifacts all over the wastes, just like that sad little Atom Society. Unlike them, however, we don't hide ourselves away. Plus, our goal is much more transparent. We are saving humanity. Some time ago, with the help of our secret channels, we recovered a really interesting object of us from a secret bunker. Bunker 317. I doubt you know about it. Listen in silence. After retrieving the artifact, we sent 2 of our own expeditions to the other secret bunkers. Though these were supposed to be the simple missions, but our people didn't return, so we started to worry. Nod? We need someone to find out why they haven't returned. Yes, this means giving up all semblance of security, but it's a risk we're willing to take. The operation which these men were assigned is marked by a golden mushroom in our documents. This signifies that if something goes wrong, all of humanity may be in danger. That's a huge deal. What were they looking for in those bunkers? I don't know, and you shouldn't ask such questions. Just find out what happened to the missing expeditions. I need locations. These bunkers are far from Krasnodar, farther even than Paragon. 2 weeks travel minimum. One is in the mountain pass of Vos on the trade caravan route. These caravans usually stop in the Fogolevka village to rest west of Krasnodar. You should chase up a ride there. The mountain paths are treacherous and the territory has other dangers as well. The other bunker is located in the Dead City, to the southeast of us. Once a giant industry, it's a mere husk now. It was heavily bombed in the war, but people still live there. As far as I know, life must be very tough for them. In the port of Krasnodar, you will hopefully find a ship captain willing to take you there. Oh, okay, there's more world maps. Look at that. Okay. All clear, I'll do it. Great. Come back with your shield, or on it. Yep. Okay, so we can go to new locations. So let's do the Dead City sounds the worst. So let's do the Mountain Pass of Woes, because I've heard other people mention that. Combat Kovlev asked me to find a starter. I can find such an item on some... Oh, so this is for the car, yeah. Next step is to tell my employer. Yeah, so we should talk to the smuggler down here at the same time. At the same time, I have a busty body as well. Open. Descend. 2 more rubles. 200 more rubles, mind you. 21? Where's the smuggler area? Oh, the spiders. Boys. And it should be over here, yup. Yep, there's my employer. Dead City sounds bad. Mountain Pass of Woe seems much better, clearly. Yeah. The Dead City? Hello? Mountain Pass of Woe sounds just fine. No problems. Nothing can go wrong. I'm not going to dance on the matter. The drugs are gone. Your courier lost his head. The smuggler pushes a button on the radio, ending the conversation he was having before you showed up. Okay. Do you have any clues? I found a message stuffed in the decapitated courier's mouth. Add the note. A message from a guy called Uncle H? I get it. Hook. You fucking boxer bitch. What are you talking about? Uncle Hook, the almost boxing champion of Novoloki City. Fucker came down from the north to create a gang of his own, and succeeded. When I sent you to deal with Taufik, it was mainly to spite him and his goons. So he really is a boxing champ. Nah, Hook was competing in the finals of the Novoloki 1986 boxing championship when the bombs fell, putting an end to his winning streak. This one failure is still stuck in his throat like a fishbone. If someone reminds him that loon he was never crowned champion, he goes apeshit. But don't get me wrong, this doesn't stop Hook from being a dangerous and calculating leader. His boxing skills are nothing compared to his crime lord skills. What should we do about it? Don't rush me, I need to think. This situation isn't going to be solved quickly. I need to talk to my colleagues first. Maybe even try to contact Hook himself. He crossed all the lines this time. I don't care so much about the life of the one courier, but he stole a very big shipment of drugs. That's unforgivable. Okay, I'm gonna talk to my partners, come back in a day or so, alright? Alright. Damn. Do you wanna buy... No, he has no money. Where am I got? Maggot. Bro looks like Epstein. He really does, yeah. It's true. Do we just wait 24 hours? Well, I probably could, right? 12 hours. And we're gig hungry. About eat some food. Still not back? Okay, wait 12 more hours. 6 more. Dog. Dog! Still not here, huh? Didn't I wait like fucking 24 hours or plus? Dude. Fell more hours. He's still... Okay, this guy's a piece of shit. Oh, there he is. Hello. Okay, he's gonna sit down first. Alright. I gotcha. Whatever. I'm running out of food, man. My dog is overweight. Oh no. Now I can talk. Uh-huh. I managed to call this bastard. We've agreed to have an old-fashioned meetup. He'll bring his boys, I'll bring mine. We'll talk about the future relations and becoming good buddies. Or some blood will be spilled. If that happens, I promise it will be Uncle Hook's blood. I want you to attend this meetup. The more people on our side, the better. The other reason I want you to be there is because everything started with you taking care of Tafik. I'll be there. You're a saint among men. The meetup is gonna happen near the place they call the Old Bridge. Go there and be prepared for anything. Meanwhile, I'll call up some friends to help us of this here radio. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Just like the old days. Meet the Old Bridge, got it. Okay, let's go there. Let's go? Did I say go? I mean, let's drive. Let's drive our car. The car that I have, because I have a car. Starter, okay. Yeah, now we are pretty much done in here. Yeah. We have some quests for a car, but I already have a car, so we're good. I got a super epic Pride of the USSR ass fucking space car. The question is all the people... The question is, all the people is AI slop or real human creating a face using stock? Yeah, this game is old, so I don't think the AI stuff was not really a thing back in like, what, 2017? 18? 19? Even then, like this... I feel like AI got like, sort of, almost sophisticated, like 2023, 4? So nah, I doubt it. I doubt it. Can I... Use. Open the trunk. Oh, you can just push it in the trunk, huh? Wait, really? Okay. Well. Is this infinite space or what? What the fuck? That's really nice. That's really fucking nice, man. My scrap metal goes in the tree. Oh shit. Game changer. Now I can loot literally everything. I mean, this is... I don't know if that's a good thing, because I'm gonna be looting basically everything. Oh shit. Alright. Okay. Hunger. Shut up, man. Old bridge is right there, right? Yeah. Another car is right next to the bonfire. Oh my god, it is. That's so convenient. Let's see. Okay, no more walking. Beautiful. Hello. Oh, here we go. Hello. What's up, guys? You quietly approach the company of well-equipped thugs. They seem to be gathered around a freshly dug grave. A tough-looking guy, probably the leader of the men, looks at you with an icy yet somehow surprised gaze, and addresses you in a low, growling voice. I don't fucking get it. That's it? This is everyone Spec managed to gather to defend his interests? That's the first time Valera Dober's gang was sent for such small fry. Bandits that surrounded the man start cackling. You quickly understand that nobody else is coming to help you out. And in this situation, the bandit is still waiting for your reply without attacking you though. As a working man, a man of business, I completely understand that dirty son of a bitch smuggler. He decided to save some money on protection, decided to sacrifice us. I can respect his wit, but because of him cutting corners on this budget, our throats are also going to be cut. I like you, Grandpa. It's a good trait to respect your chief until death do you part. I'll kill you last. Mierda! That cabron sent it out for our doom! I am hoping you will tell us this tight spot, Gosha. But even if not, I will gladly die by your side. Anyone willing to die here will get his wish granted. Streetwise. You better watch your blowhole, bitch boy. My cronies are on the way. Get ready to lift the soap. Think logically, my hard-rockin' amigo. Why would I come to such a meetup without reinforcements already on the way? Luck, pray for a miracle. I mean, can we just, like, kill these dudes? There's just, like, 5 of them. Like, lol. Pray for a miracle. You close your eyes and mutter a quick, silent prayer, hoping the situation will solve itself on its own. But nothing happens. You only hear the laughter of your enemies and the howls of a faraway sand tornado. Hey, retard, you're praying? You're still right. You're right in doing so, for you will soon be dead. Get in, boys. God damn it. That's fine. He crit me in the face. That's really annoying. Dog, shut up. Dunk! Ooh. Oh my god, that hurt. Okay, well, we need to... I gotta put on, like, meds. That's too much damage at once. I mean, they crit me a lot, though, so there's that, but... Yeah, the boom glove is... I think the boom glove is gonna have to go. We'll just use fucking meds and the power punch. And the regular glove. If the AP cost is 4 and a 5, we just can't use it. I'll have it available for, like, special occasions. That's it. Yeah, now I did 6 damage instead of fucking 40, so that helps. 3. Yeah, these guys are jokes. I just got unlucky, man. Damn. And then the jam. Just like that. Holy nail. Yeah, I got him. Did he kill his friend? He did. Wow. Oh, I used to drug by accident again. Shit. Well, see? We can easily do this. Yeah, money. I'll take money. I'll take bullets. Fidel, enjoy. These guys have really bad loot though, so far. They have lettuce. These guys are so broke, man. What the hell? Rusty AK, seriously? Why are they acting all tough? Lamau. What a joke. How are these guys acting tough with this gear, man? The crit spooked me, man. That's it, I think. Literally, the crit spooked me. XD. Fidel, you have a bad helmet. Drop that one, put in the new one. Next again has helmet, now we have 2. Okay, let's go. Well, that was simple. Good night, dogs. 2 more stims. Oh, you got a map? What's that? Instructions. We cleared the wounded tourist tunnel. Now it's gonna be our base. When you finish things, on the meetup, go there, Uncle H. Ooh, do we get a new... Oh, wounded tourist tunnel. Okay, I know where we're gonna drive. By the way, first we're gonna kill our employer. We can see it's a fucking dog that set us up. And then we're gonna drive in there and just molest Uncle H. We're gonna give him a 180. I'm the molester now. What is my car doing, man? What is it? You're not a boat. Farming upstream for nothing? Yeah. This morning I was like, I have to get this glove, and it's probably not going to be worth it, but I want to get the boom glove. And it turned out to be dog shit. And this like, again, the thing I've been using all the game is just actually better. Insane. Here's a gun that has... Here's a glove that has a gun attached to it. It's called Boom Fist, and it hits like a truck. Oh, but it costs twice the AP. It costs twice as much to use. In terms of action... Did he bounce? Really? I was duped. Only the enemies showed up at the dispute. But now I know where the Ugly Hook and his cronies are hiding. An old railroad tunnel with a weird name. Okay, so this guy fucked off. Maggot. You little piece of scat. Fuck this guy. Sport effects, thank you for the sub. By the way, search for gasoline for car. Oh yeah, how much gasoline do I need for it? Where can you buy... Maybe I can buy gas here. Tool man, do you sell gas? No. What about you? Electronics, what you got? No gas. Ny gasvani. Juicy apples. What about juicy gasoline? How about that? 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 You can get gas from caravans, also a gas station. Okay. Okay. So I think we can conclude that crafting in this game is useless. That's the what I'm picking up so far. And I think over here there was a gas station though. This here I think is a gas station. Normally. What? My god. Is there anyone left? Oh, okay. What the fuck? Hobo attack. 12 gasoline. Yeah, there we go. What do you want? Do you want a spiced glove? Yeah, I'm not gonna need that. Fuck that. Geiger counter? Some pellets? Some more pellets? Thank you. The tank is half full now. Does anyone else here still gas, or is it just this guy? I wonder. What about you? In the locker. Rook wants to sit down. Oh! That's a lot. That is a lot. Thank you, guys. Thank you. This guy is dead, it just doesn't look like it. Yeah. Now the car is basically full. Yeah, basically full tank. Look at that. Holy fast. I can go anywhere now. So fast. Jesus Christ. Dude, the difference between this, having a car and walking is insane. I mean, I kind of knew that, but like still. Fuck. It's kind of obvious. Hello. You stop near the large brute who is guarding the tunnel entrance. He already saw you and is currently in the process of producing a giant machete from behind his back. Your legs failed you, friend, for they have led you straight to your doom. Listen, let's just be peaceful. Let's find a peaceful solution to this. Peaceful? Ah, what do you know about peace? Even more importantly, what do you know about violence? The giant man gives his machete a wide swing and looks at it, mesmerized by the pristine blade. He then turns to you. You cannot see what goes on under his face mask, but it seems like he's giving an icy cold stare combined with a wicked grin. His classy... Okay. Today you will learn what pain is. You will curse yourself for not cutting down your own legs off. You will curse your mother for giving birth to you. You will... Okay, Jesus Christ. You know the whole spectrum of pain, a whole rainbow of suffering. Do not hope that in time your body will stop responding to the terrible moment I'll inflict on it. Do not hope for an easy way out. Oh no, I have methods that will make you squirm ceaseless agony for days. And then you'll become nothing but a howling little piece of sanity, locked in a body that resembles an open wound. Oh, you will be a martyr of sorts, because you will die for your faith, your empty belief that you did nothing to earn such a gruesome end. Cool story, bro. My fucking game speed is way too fast. That's what it should be. Okay, so... Ice. Ice. Well, he tried. Taiga machete. Chance of causing panic. Ah. My machete now. How's her health doing? Me and Dog are pretty bad on health. Let's camp a bit. Toad down. Let's eat. Still need more. What you got money for? And now we're basically full of... All the one was to talk it out. I mean, I tried. He was just like, I am literally edgelord of doom. It's funny though, I've already walked to this, or like, went to this place before, but it wasn't the location until you actually get the quest for it. Only then can you go into the tunnel. Before that, it's not physically there. Anyways, hello. Mushroom. What's this? Of course. Free money. My spoon. Nice. Well, I don't even know what the cassettes are for, but whatever. Whatever, man. Okay, nothing here, I guess. In the words. Epic environmental storytelling skeletons. True. I suppose people have died here. Hmm. Well, this is great. Where did they say what? Or like, you just go all the way in? Oh, we do. Okay, here they are. Hello. It looks like they're waiting for someone. Wonder what that could be. Search for my chud team to show up. Oh, can I go inside of the truck? What's inside of this? Boxes. Oh. Right. Uh-huh. A guy. A recently deceased fella. Alright, thanks. Let's just go say hi. What's up? Where's the rest of my team? Dog? Other guy? I guess it's just me and old man then, huh? There's some more guys. Well, here goes nothing. Hello. A tough, well-armed man looks at you with an icy glare, then lifts his hand, ordering his comrade to take aim. Where are you heading, kid? We're not welcome here. I'm totally invited. My brother Xenia invited me. Xenia? Oh, we have many Xenias. Which one is your brother? Don't panic, amigo. Criminals always tend to use the stupidest names for anyone. Names anyone can guess correctly. Most of the times, the nicknames consist of cool-sounding words. Sometimes it can also be something humorous. In short, just make something up. What was that? I was asking if it was okay I use the bathroom while you talk. Please forgive my son, Fidel. His incontinence is a burden we carry as a family. Nobody leaves until we tell him which Xenia invited you. Xenia the Hump, Xenia Brown Pants, Xenia Diplodocus, Xenia Sledgehammer the Roaring Russian Ruffian. Yeah, it was him. Well, we do have a guy called that on the team, but everyone just calls him Sledgehammer or the Roaring Ruffian. He hates this real name, so what do you call him that? It's a family thing. He's my brother, so I know him by name. What's weird about that? Bullshit, you got a liar painted all over your face. Time to die. I lie? Okay, die then. And kiss. Surely I'll survive all these bullets. What could go wrong? Die. He died. Ow. 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 And ow. One grilling crits, by the way. Crit. Kiss! Sigh. What if I put on some cologne? 10 speechcraft. I'm gonna also put on my fedora. Will you believe me if I put on fedora? Hi, guys. Yeah, it did. Yeah, I guess you got used to calling him by his real name. Long before he picked himself that cool nickname. I don't know about you guys, but I think this guy's kid's just telling the truth. How about we go for a quick smoke while he meets his bro? The way is clear. Oh, you just skipped the encounter outright? What the fuck? Okay. Sure. Well, that was easy. A buff man and his cohorts all turn around and look at you as you enter the room. He smiles, with only slight worry in his eyes. Who are you, buddy? Why are you here? I'm the guy your people almost killed during the meeting. I'm the one that dealt with Tafiq for Galevka. Oh, I see. So why did you come here? What? Did Simon Schmack made a fool out of you when you come crawling to me for new employment opportunities? Should we look for work for this guy? Uncle Hook? I mean... well, we could just kill him. What is Mr. Biner cooking on this beautiful Saturday evening? We're playing RPG. atomrpg, and it's pretty pretty neat. Pretty neat. Kill? Sure. Where did you put those drugs you stole? What drugs? The ones on the courier you was supposed to have? I never got my hands on them. Before we cut that courier's head off, we told us that Sprack's guy came by and took them before we got him. Seems like your buddy Sprack decided to make a fool out of you. He sent someone for the goods beforehand, and then you wouldn't have returned empty-handed. He would have blamed you for the disappearance. Quite the plan, right? He gets all the drugs and throws you under the bus like a scapegoat. We messed with his plan, though, but a poorly timed coincidence. If it wasn't for our wish to leave a sign for Sprack's people by executing his courier, you'd have no beef with us. Alas, now I'll have to finish what the stupid cronies couldn't. Alright. Fine with me. Yes, the war, the battle glove thingy. Nice. I'm gonna run up and one-shot him. 7. Face. And he's dead. Ow. 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 Youch! Headshot. Headshot. They always crit, man. Dogs. Crit after crit after crit. These dogs. Just take cover. Man, I could take cover, but I could just not take cover because I tank. Uncle Hook, what you got? You got the battle gauntlet, which is 3 or 4. Yeah, these just aren't good, man. What I have is the 2-cost weapon, and it's like, yeah, sure, you don't do like insane, like, you know, with the power glove, I would do like a crit of 200 and something, which is a lot. But, you know. Or I could just hit them twice. No, I can hit them, yeah, 2 times instead of that. It's literally double the AP cost of this thing to do it. So it would have to have double the damage of this to make up for it. Well, that concludes that, I guess. Yeah, that's the mission done, no? Yep. Uncle Hook is dead. They're all dead. Dead dogs. Goodbye. 37, 39k. Okay, so we're almost level. Hello, Seth. He missed the milk, rip. Yeah, rip milk. Thank you. Thank you, man. Camp for health. $61, 76. What's my max health? It's 91, right? No, 107. I'm actually pretty tanky. Damn. So if you found that smuggler guy, you'd kill him. First I'm turning in for this Gopnik RPG stream. Gosha looks like a proper goon. He is. I mean, if you see the portrait here. Yep. He's very charismatic, though. Well, yeah. If you find Speck or whatever his name is again, we're probably gonna kill the guy because he's fucked me over. Man, I love this car. Holy, this would have taken ages without the car. Oh my god. Just driving on the train tracks like a maniac. Fuck it. No, I want to talk to him. Lay useless encounter. Uh-oh. Get me out. Does one of you have a car? We helped a communist restore a statue of Lenin, and in that scrapyard there was a giant car we could use. Or like, maybe was that car? Vogelevka. He's not putting it. There's someone here who's supposed to be able to transport me to the mountain pass of woes. I don't know what that is. Who that would be though. Might have to wait for daytime. 9 in the morning. I'm super hungry and gonna kiss. Constantine, does anyone here wanna teleport me? Good to hear, man. Oh, maybe the guy with the truck, of course. Yeah, yep, that sounds about right. What do you mean? Yeah. Could you give me a discount? Yep. Let's go. The driver flicks his finger, starts the engine, and crackling, gurgling, buzzing sounds of the white noise of the Black Sea tape fill the cabin. With the running of a lion, we're moving. Okay. Nice. The mountain pass of woes. Holy cutscene. Insane. Hunger again. I just ate. You fat maggot. You approach the entrance to the zone building and place your hands on your hips, admiring the architecture. At this very moment, an unshaven, mustache feller addresses you in a friendly manner. Hi. How do you like our caravanserai? Impressive. Indeed, a true beauty. As long as artifacts like these exist in our world, we humans are going to be a-okay. Jafarov, the local guide. You know where the old bunker might be? The old bunker? I know what you're talking about. But unfortunately, I can't take you there, even though I know where it is. What do you mean? Well, as a matter of fact, a while ago, a detachment of strange men in blue armor passed through here. I wanted to offer them my services, but they refused and went further, deep into the mountains. I followed them for a while. As it turned out, that detachment was heading straight to the old bunker. And on the way, they made a deal with the thugs from the castle. That way, they could not let anyone else approach the place. So anyway, the passage to the bunker is closed as long as the inhabitants of the castle are guarding it. Otherwise, I could have taken you there for 100. I'll go check it out. Wait, did you trade? No. Ah, okay. I haven't time up anymore. Nice. Nice-oo. And my car is gone. Okay. I even don't have a... I had a car and now it's gone. Great. Yum. Any more food? No? Hexagon, you got food? No, we don't. Okay, I didn't bring food either. Maybe I can kill some sheep and we can get food. Sorry about that. 3 meat, that'll do it. Cars in the other map, yeah. Look at this. Caravanserai, that's where the... Okay, so... Yeah, I guess we just explore now. Sure. Alright. No more car. No more car. Fuck me, dude. We managed to find like a large group of rusty military vehicles. You want to study it closer? Yeah, check it out. Military vehicles. What the fuck? Oh? My gun. Rusty Makarov. I need to interact with. Oh, a bomb? A Western-made rocket with faded letters spelling Hellfire DD on its rusty casing. It's sticking out of the ground, where it impacted long ago. A strange feeling of dread is upon you the second you take a step toward the thing. Could it still be active after so much time? Hey, let's not touch that. Any gifts of war, okay? Let's go. Open a tiny hatch in the frame. Oh no. You use your nails to dig under the plate of the metal that hides the complicated innards of the rocket. After the hatch is open, you notice some wires and a mess of buttons and tiny levers. Try to figure out the inner workings of the rocket. Success! The quantity of electronic parts inside the rocket clearly tells you this is no ordinary explosive, but a so-called smart device that explodes only after receiving a certain signal from its CPU. The battery which would power the signal has some faulty wiring. Seems you could solve the problem. Disarm the rocket. You professionally free a strange battery that looks like a computer chip and put it into your bag, feeling pretty good about yourself. Not only did you disarm a potentially dangerous object, but that was menacing people around it long after the last war. You also got your hands on a useful item. There we go. What did I get? Did I get it? Where did it go? A microchip. I got a fucking microchip. Lumao. A microchip. I Saketinov Rashid Samilovich, in a sober mind and a good memory, registered at Lenin Street, House 12, Apartment 5, Groki Village, testify in writing that to the army comrades that the night of January 23rd of this year, I witnessed the landing of an unknown airborne assault force in the mountains near the Groki Village. At that time, I was a couple of kilometers away from the village, but by the Malaya Vertyaikya River. First, the airspace was violated by a large black helicopter, then the people descended from the helicopter in ropes. I couldn't see their uniforms because it was dark. Then the helicopter flew around the mountain, descended and disappeared, probably in the valley where no one lives and only kids visit to hike in the summer. I swear that was exactly what happened at the helicopter was real. And if I'm lying, the recipient of this statement can shoot me like a dog. The army comrades are accusing me of trying to sabotage their convoy by lying. However, it's not true. It all happened just as I describe it here. Would I have disturbed the soldiers on duty if I didn't have a good reason to do so? Or am I not an idiot? Maybe that was the American we skinned earlier. Because we did skin an American. He died from the skinning, but we did do that. Galaxy Brain disarmed the rocket and detonated for shits and giggles. I don't think you can detonate it after you disarmed it, but I could have intentionally detonated it in my face, and that would be funny. I think Fidel would be mad if I did that, but we'll never know. I think he might be a bit offended if I intentionally blow up a doomsday missile on his face. Who knows? Hello, catamarers. What do you have for me? This guy again. He has... You know what? The thing is, these guys are not even worth killing. Like, I'm good. I'm good, bro. Where is the bunker? This is what traveling used to be like. And I had just fixed it. Red hunger. Uh-oh. A giant monster attacks you. Attack. Let's kill a giant monster. This sounds fun. Is it the monkey again? It's a bear. Oh shit. Let me just eat some, No, let's not. Hello, bear. What's up? 52 health, really? Oh. It's tanky as shit though, damn. Got it. More meat. Alright. Armored bear, yeah, that thing took very little damage. Which probably, yeah. Yep. Maybe I should roast meat. And also roast meat. Good. Kill the bear with bare fists. Real. Just works. Bunker? Could it be up this hill here? No. Is this a dead end? Shit. Okay, that could have been an entrance to go up, but whatever. Local animals here are probably going to be watering to the watering hole. Do you want to try to hunt? No, I'm good. Hunting? Gay. Another... Dude, it's bears. There's so many bears. No crit. Come on, bear. More meat. More meat. Good morning, Andrew Nathan. Dog has twice as many HP as dog. Wait, is my dog that tanky? Oh, 95. Yeah, my dog is like twice. It's literally twice as tanky. But I think the bear has more armor. We don't have any armor for the dog. Except for, well, it has a helmet now, like a collar, but that's about it. Wait, what? Oh shit, we gotta go down this way now. I don't know if the merchant hunters are still here and trying to kill me, so I'm gonna just go ahead and, for safety, do that. Thanks. Almost level. Is that a... That looks like something. Yeah, we can go that way. Is that the castle they're talking about? It looks more like a village, not a castle, really. Is that kind of a castle? It's... yeah. Kind of. Oh, yeah, no more bear. Good. Good. What's this? Oh. Castle. I'm assuming this... Yeah, these are the guys probably that are preventing the entrance to the bunker. Whatever. Either we kill them all or we just speechcraft and say, don't block it. And then they will just don't block it. Simple as. Hold shift to make the map move faster. Wait, really? I'll try it. Hello. You approach the gates leading to an impressive old castle. The only barrier between you and its cozy courtyard is a shaggy guard who is closely watching your every action. He says in an evil voice. And who are you? You just don't tell me that Jafar of the Guide led you here. Yep, precisely him. God damn him, he's getting on my nerves by crawling everywhere. I get that he is a guide and so on, but this does not give him permission to go where he's not allowed, and especially not guide strangers here. Don't listen to me, buddy. I'm just venting. Are you here to see the Dread? He is in the main hall. But let me warn you, he's in a bad mood. He's got good reason for it, but he still can be tough, especially to strangers. Who is the Dread? Wait a sec, it wasn't him you wanted to meet? Why did you come here then? I'm looking for someone. I see, from the castle? Not really. Well, then go and talk to the Dread. Alright. In the main hall. The Dread. Keys. What is that gun? Sniper. A wiry old man is sitting at a table. He lifts his head and pierces you with an icy blue gaze. He seems at once stern and worried. He sticks the knife he had been fiddling with into the oak tabletop and gestures you to come closer. Who are you and why did you want to meet with me? Speak clearly and respectfully. I have no time or patience for rudeness and imbecileness these days. I'm on a mission to pass through your land. Tell me your demands. The man rests his hand on the tabletop. I have some bad news for you. A while ago, a group of weirdos, some kind of researchers it looked like, passed through here. They paid me well to make sure that not a single living soul could follow them. Tell me, you don't seriously think you can convince me to go back on my word, do you? Speechcraft, that won't be necessary. Damn it, your manners do remind me of some of those guys. Maybe you're telling the truth. However, I gave them my word that I wouldn't let anyone pass. They would have told me if they expected someone to join after them. Every word you give has its price. Tell me yours. You don't prohibit your own people from walking through here, do you? I'm ready to work for you. I keep my promises, but I'm not even going to discuss it with you. You don't prohibit... Yeah, okay. You've seen how many people I have, and still you think I have a job that none of them can handle? As soon as you learn about my heroic deeds, you'll understand I'm worth 100 of your men. That's a great bonus, if you're telling the truth of this. However, your assumption was correct even if you aren't a professional. I have a task that you can only be fulfilled by someone that isn't local. What is it? My daughter, my Alina, she ran away from the castle a while ago. I can feel it in my heart, I know where she went. The Zagoremsk waterfall. There's nowhere else she could be, but every time I send my men to fetch her, she hides. It was no surprise. I've been bringing her to play here there since she was 3 years old. She can disappear anytime she wants. She's avoiding my men, but you are a fresh face in these parts. Maybe she won't think to run from you. Find her and bring her back here, or at least make sure my heart is right and she is healthy and safe. Do that and I'll give you anything. You have my word as an officer. Where the fuck is that? Oh my god, yeah, we gotta walk forward. Wait, couldn't we just pass anyways? Let's just walk past this shit. Like, who cares? What are they gonna do? Like, what are they actually gonna do about it, though? What game is this? It's Atom. It's basically Fallout 1, but in Russia. That's it. It's pretty good. Let's just ignore him. Let's just walk through his lands. But like, how is he gonna know? Is this DLC type thing? Why is the arenas all new? I think... I don't know if it's... No, the game didn't get DLC. This is just part of the game. It has more world maps than one. Which makes sense because the first one wasn't like that big, so... Okay, let's save here and just like walk down and see what happens. Hello! Castle, I don't care. Where is the bunker? My bunker! Where is it? I'm assuming they're this way, right? Surely. Yeah, he's not doing shit. Oh. Find a cave. Strange scratching noises come from it. You want to check it out? Yeah, check it out. 3 maps total. Yeah, so we got this in the Dead City. What the fuck is this? Bugs. Let's kill bugs. Die. Goodbye, bugs. It's that simple. Bear cricket. They're crickets. Chitin plate. Oh, they got like 50 XP. That's decent, right? Good job. Ow. No, never mind, I missed. XD. Okay. That was it? That was it. Bugs. Nice. Having a car for 30 minutes is fun until it's gone. Yeah. Until you change map and you can't use the car. Whoops. Whoopsie. There's a lack of bunk. Yeah, so what? What the fuck is the bunker? Waterfall, I guess, yeah. Surely I'll be able to bypass quests. Yeah, maybe the bunker will show up. It will just appear like a fucking shrine in Zelda Breath of the Wild, like out of the ground when you get his daughter back. That's how it works. Trust. Man, I wish we had a car here. Waterfall. Damage from hunger, oh shit. Maybe the bunker was the daughters we made along the way. True. True. I'm hungry again. Eat some breakfast. Good job. So. Hello. Is that you? Is that her? Hi. A slender brunette raises you, her blue eyes full of surprise and curiosity. It seems she's not afraid of you at all, even though she's run into you in a desolate place far away from the settlement and consequently of any local equivalent of police. It's beautiful here. This waterfall runs through some of the mineral deposits that give it its color to the water. It's just like tomato juice, right? Is your name Alina by any chance? Your old man is looking for you. The girl winches, sudden fear appears in her eyes. The guy who sat at the fire a second ago jumps up and cautiously raises his fists. No, has he sent you for me? So he guessed I would hide from him and his men, but not to a stranger. What a sly fox. Go away and tell him I'm never going to return. Arsen and I love each other. Neither Caravanserai, which hates me and my dad, nor the father's castle, which hates Caravanserai, and all of its dwellers are even mere cooks like my Arsen, will ever accept us. There's only one place left for us, our tent. You're breaking your father's heart. He's an old man, after all. There's no need for this cheap pretense. My father will see us all off to our graves before he kicks the bucket himself. He's strong like an ox. Better go tell him he is not coming back. How much do I weigh, I wonder? I can bring you to your father on my shoulders. The girl takes a step away from you, frightened, her eyes round. Apparently she has appreciated your frame and realized these are not empty threats. Don't you dare! I'll scream, I'll call for help, I'll cry that it's rape. People will tear you to pieces. The mountain men honor women. Go back to my father and tell him I'm not going back without my arson. Sigh and put her on your shoulder. The girl hisses at you like a cat. Her boyfriend tries to interfere, but you curb his enthusiasm with a half-hearted punch in the jaw. Alina rushes in between you. Arsen, this is unbearable. They'll chase us forever. My father is a merciless tyrant. Enough. Go back to your respective homes now. You're freaking Romeo and Juliet. Well, that was easy. Yeah. Simple as. Now, bunker time. Gosha the Chad strikes again. I'll spend a whole ass fucking day walking back to this dog. God damn. They really didn't have to make this particular map so big, dude. Jesus. And like, why isn't there like a speed up on the map? No, I don't want caravans. Press shift. I'm pressing shift. It makes the map scroll faster, but nothing more than that. Talk about. Oh, goodbye. Cheat engine speed up is very tempting, yeah. We're reenacting Shrek. Yeah, we kind of are. Oh my god. Dogs! Evil dogs. My dog is tankier. And it is armor, so kiss. Alright. I'm out of here. Actually, first I made some meat. Thank you. In post-apocalyptic Russia, you can't sprint. In post-apocalyptic Russia, you can't, like, speed up time, which is very unfortunate for me. In Fallout 1 I had to add mods because the map became unbearable at like level 20. Events, every tile almost, and walking speed was so slow. Yeah. Yep, sounds about right. Sounds about right. Man, I need combat speed is one thing, but I need game speed. Okay. Thank you. That's about the job. I was able to break them up. Expect her back shortly. She's already back. I don't know what you did to him. She refused to tell me, but both of them are alive and I want nothing to do with each other. So short life is good. Like I said before, after completing this task, I'll grant you anything you wish. It's not easy to earn my friendship, but once you get it, everyone will want to see you. So first of all, here's 100 crisp rubles. Good money. Second, since we're already talking about crispness, have this fresh juicy apple from my personal tree. As of right now, you are of course one of my people, and my guys go wherever they want. So if you ever decide to visit the bunker, where a couple of brainy scientists from Customs and Menu just went, be my guest, investigate, loot, build your own fort, do whatever you like, and that's what's mine is yours. Give us something else. Fine, we never have extra money laying around, and like people from the more fruitful parts of the wasteland, our money is always working for us. But surely we can spare a couple of more apples and 100 rubles. Here you go. Alright, goodbye. Level. More speech maybe? 135? 140? 140? Technology? Yeah. Technology and speed. I have 9 points and it costs 6 for one more. I should probably... What should I level? Shield bearer. Should I level up to get one more AP and HP? One more AP. Yeah, I'm gonna work towards that. One more AP sounds good. Martial arts for the dog. Good. 8 skill points. Oh, is he stupid? I think he's stupid. Jesus Christ. $21. $21. One more skill point, and we can get yeah, AP cost on attack. Oh, we can get it. Nice. Now he has okay. His attack costs less AP. Very good. Very good. Gaming. Okay, let's go. And now let's go into this. Enable speed hack 5. Beautiful. Where's the bunker though? Wait, where's the fucking bunker? My god. Something like. You also get hungry fast, I guess. But where the hell do I... Yo. Do I gotta ask them, like, where's the bunker? It's like kind of not on the map right now, so... Talk to the guide in the caravan town? Oh, okay. I guess you can do that. Oh, and he'll take us there for 100 rubles. Right. We need permission, and then we can... yeah, then he will take us. Okay, so I couldn't... Yes. I couldn't go there alone. I need this guy to help me. Yeah, this maggot. Yep. Now it's like almost like I have a car. Look at this. Genuinely, I'm gonna perma speed like this game. Holy, 2x speed all times. Bunker. Where is the bunker? I only see a cave. The entrance is inside, just don't know whether they made the bunker inside the cave or built the cave around it, but it's there. Don't know what they were up to in there before the war, but mark my words, all the locals avoid this place, even the rumors of riches inside do not pique their interests. A band of adventurers tried to go at it once, and you might have guessed, they did not return. Okay. Let's go in. Oh, but I'm hungry. Hold up, let's eat some shit. Thank you for the sub, Hypes. Appreciate it. Never toxic. Let's just take that away too. Gaming. What's up? What could possibly be so bad in this bunker? Go in, man. Oh, it's locked. Unlock it then, idiot. Mm-hmm. I wonder what the computer is. What's this? Someone was here before me. After your eyes grow accustomed to the uneven light in the display, you start reading a message dedicated to someone named Comrade Error. Comrade Error, welcome to the integrated OWL 2.0.B operating system. Please use the arrow keys to navigate through the menu. Air filtration. Normal. Green wing. Not good. Red wing, anomalous materials. Okay. Energy supply. Temperature. Normal. Moisture level increasing. Green wing, red wing, normal. Access. Above the bunker is displayed on the screen. It looks like it is like this underground facility is divided into 4 large wings. To the left of you is the blue wing, where the personnel lived. To the south is to the south of the blue wing, there's the white wing that contains the generators and other devices meant for producing energy. In front of you north is the green wing, marked as biolabs. To the right is the red wing, marked as anomalous materials. On the map image, you see a large log. Each entry marks the date and time when each door was opened. You note that even 4 years after the war, the bunker was still full of people who moved between the wings, living their lives underground. This lasted until 1990. The next 10 years, this log are completely empty. However, recently, the door into the red wing was opened again, and later sealed from the other side. You look at the log, it happened only a few days ago. It seems like the red wing is where the cultists went to. This makes the red wing your ultimate target. Okay, let's go red wing then. Hello. Locked. Fail. Unlocked. Okay, let's go red. What's up? What the fuck? La Creatura? What the fuck? Green things. Yo, so get out of my cursor, man. Then unlock it, my god. They love locking doors, huh? How do we get through this door? I can't open it. Okay. Guess we'll have to open this from elsewhere, maybe? What's the dog doing? We're trying to make our way into a epic secret lab. Door is sealed. Alright. See if we can remote open them. What's up? Fail. 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 There we go. Code? Who needs codes? XD. So. The question is, did this give me anything of value? Let's see. Oh, that's Krotov. Still believes we haven't killed each other yet because of solidarity and love for the collective. What a fool, that communist. Doesn't he know that we were so peaceful and happy even after the world went to shit, only thanks to our unwanted child? The little god we created in the land of scientific communism? Yes. He was the one whispering to us, do not shoot, do not kill. That paranoia Skvortsov spreads around isn't spontaneous mental illness. It's a product of immunity to our child's mental influence. We are breaking the conditioning. We will die free men. I curse this freedom. The fuck? Oh, maybe the mushroom people are like being brainwashed by the creature. And then this is where it was made. Hmm. Maybe. Any computers that I can interact with? Well, there's some turbines. Thank you. I love sunshine. I love the gentle breeze. I love the sea as it licks my bare toes. I love Mom. I want to visit you, Mom. I want to grab you onto you and cry. I want to tell you the truth. I want you to understand me. Let's make some baked apples, Mommy. We'll pour some honey on them. We'll eat, we'll talk, and laugh. During the next day, Aunt Shura, Galia, Andre will come bearing gifts. I won't tell them the truth. I will tell them that serving the motherland was amazing. I'll tell them everything went well. I'll tell them I never had to kill unarmed people. Damn. I think you had to kill unarmed people. The fan isn't working. Check status. Generator sends power to the following substructures. Error. Rerouting needed. Troubleshooting. Power failure in subsystem 3 and 5. System working to 55% of potential. Energy transfer. Red Wing, anomalous materials. Right? Green Wing Biolabs. Green Wing needs power input. However, the generator is not powerful enough to supply the energy for the complete wing. Conflicts positions. 11 sick bay. Okay. I think that was the one. Wait, couldn't we reroute it to the wait a minute. Oh, okay, I can't change area now. It has to be in that place. Cool. This place is fucking huge, man. Holy shit. It's a very big... Yep. Yeah, no, it's very big. The fuck? Zip gun. Let's go fight some creatures. How's the Tommy going on? Pretty good. Making progress. It's a long game. For sure. Hello. Crit. Oh, they hit hard. Oof. Damn, I did it like 50 times. What the fuck? Good XP. What did they drop? Meat! Nice. We like meat. What's this? My bottle. Oh, they shoot. They're like turrets. That's what they are. I see. Is he gonna kill my dog? I think he is. My dog is dead. Yeah, my dog died. Zulbar is just, yeah. That dog. I forgot to heal the dog. It's annoying because I can't like. I only found like one like armor thing for the dog, and it's not very good. Dog needs armor, man. Dead dog. Drink warm water. Drink warm water, please, by now. I think. Oh my god. I haven't saved it in once. Oh. Okay. Alright, man. Until next time. Until next time. No. No, I'm good. I'm good, dude. I think I'm good. I'm good, man. Ah. Okay. Chat, what have you sent me in React? People are actually posting here now. Oh, what? A new fucking rabbit hole just came out. Fredrik Knudsen made a new rabbit hole video about Skyrim, an official patch. This guy makes videos like once a... How often does he make videos? 5 months ago, 1 year ago, like once every 5 months, and they're always pretty good. They're always good. The wine poisoning video was very good. The Wings of Redemption was really good. Eve Online was pretty good. I didn't watch both murder, I think, but yeah. Battle on My Island was good. Deep Blue was good. Yeah, they're all good, man. Yeah, let's watch this. Okay. Yeah, this is actually cinema. Let me get some more tea. I want some tea. I'm thirsty. It's still playing, goddamn. Damn. Yeah, Rabbit Hole's out. It's 1.5 hours long, yeah. Is the whole video they're gonna be talking about the Skyrim patch? I have no idea. I have no idea, man. It could be anything. But I think it's the Skyrim patch, because that's what it says in the title. But you know. We'll see. We'll see. The game that has had like a community patch for a game that's been released 50 times, we'll see. Anything can happen, man. Okay, I got my tea. Oh. Ate dinner right before the stream, so I don't need food. This is the Rabbit Hole. It's a series by Fredrik Knutsen, which is a pretty well-known YouTuber at this point. He doesn't make many videos, but when he does, they're usually very good, informative, entertaining, what have you. I like them a lot. Let's watch it. As someone who's modded Skyrim, Arthmore slander is always welcome. Maybe we'll agree by the end of it. No AI was used at any part of the video. No AI.
On July 26th, 2011, a modder going by Kevin opened a post to the official Bethesda forums by writing, quote, I spent over 2 years working on the unofficial Oblivion patch, unofficial Shivering Isles patch, and unofficial official mods patch, to the detriment of much else. They were a contributing factor to the loss of my spouse, career, house, vehicle, and possibly some sanity.
Wait, what the fuck?
I can't wait to get back on it. It's all good. She came back, and I'm much happier with just her without the rest of it, including the sanity. End quote. Kevin had spent years in the Bethesda games community building his reputation, and his return was heralded as a great boon by his peers. The replies to this post were littered with enthusiastic players preemptively thanking Kevin and Quarn for their efforts, the latter being another community member of repute who had agreed to join this new project. The pair were known for the niche practice of creating game modifications, colloquially called mods, for other players to download and use to improve their game experience. Frequently, gamers with some relevant knowledge, or simply motivated gamers willing to study, will alter or add to a beloved game's code and content, and this
That's what mods are.
a wide breadth of possibilities. Some mods add new features to a game, while others tweak existing features like user interfaces and character upgrades.
Yellow furry.
Kevin and Quarn, however, were known for creating the least exciting category: bug fixes. Coding errors in games are not only common, but nearly universal due to the complexity of such a task, and bug fixing mods for popular games are typically community efforts to help solve these problems that usually...
It's actually crazy how slowly Frederick talks. You want to see something? Someone talk slowly? Hold up. I have this. I know the slowest talker in the whole world. His name is Finkelstein. Okay, this guy talks backwards. This guy he talks actually backwards. Okay, find like some.
It'll make yesterday at.
Where is he?
I've read
As shocking as that may sound,
Yeah.
I taught up until 2007, and then when I was denied tenure, because the case was so high profile, I was effectively blacklisted for the...
I'm like resisting the urge to jump into the fucking ceiling listening to him talk. Anyways, just thought I should mention it.
for reasons of time or budget, go unsolved by the developers. Bug-fixing mods also tend to be unintrusive, meaning that gamers looking to add new features to a game that they enjoy will often go out of their way to add bug-fixing mods as well, as a matter of course. These mods were particularly welcome for Bethesda's games. Bethesda Game
Yeah.
Studios had built a strong reputation for creating immersive and accessible role-playing games, featuring large open worlds with a wide variety of content, but they were marred by a perennial problem. The massiveness of their designs left ample room for coding errors to be overlooked. While sometimes amusing, these bugs were more frequently problematic, often breaking the immersion for players and frustrating their attempts at progress. Many of these issues could be traced back to the game engine that they used and the specific modifications they had made to it. While modular, these game engines contained
genuinely okay. Fuck me, that lizard looks scuffed. Holy crackhead. But like, the look and vibe of Oblivion without the remaster, it seems so much nicer. I just like that style, that art style so much more. Like just the vibe of it, man. Just the vibe of this, it seems so much nicer. I just played the remaster.
Bugs that
And
could
this
be
seems so
found
much
across
nicer.
multiple of their titles, along with a bevy of new bugs each time.
Yeah, look how clean it is. It's so clean. Nice, like purple colors and dude, it's just so much better. Genuinely, the remaster is a demaster. Like, wow, this looks so much better.
Creating a familiar phenomenon known both pejoratively and affectionately as Bethesda jank. Kevin and Quarn had participated in and led bug-fixing mod efforts in the past for prior titles in the Elder Scrolls series, using the name Unofficial Patch for each, and their knowledge and experience would prove useful in the creation of the unofficial Skyrim patch. Kevin promised, upon the release of Skyrim in 7 months, that two of the unofficial
Temporal restrict LOD fix before after. It just makes it clearer. Is that blur?
Skyrim patch. Kevin promised, upon the release of Skyrim in 7 months, that 2 years of his modding efforts would be dedicated exclusively to experience would prove useful in the creation.
Oh, the tower
of
doesn't
the
exist.
unofficial Skyrim patch.
I thought it was
Kevin
just the
promised,
blurriness.
upon
No,
the
no,
release of
okay. It was a missing part of the picture. Of course.
Skyrim in 7 months, that 2 years of his modding efforts would be dedicated exclusively to working on the unofficial Skyrim patch. Despite the looming immensity of the project, he was optimistic, closing his post by stating, quote, "Curse my naive optimism, but I really do think that Skyrim will give us much less work to do than Oblivion did. Bethesda Softworks has a far larger team working on it, more eyes catch more mistakes, and has the benefit of experience from Oblivion. So let's hope for the best." End quote. His assessment.
Yeah, July 2011. So that was like 3 months before it came out? 4 months or something? Yeah,
would
surely.
prove
Does he know?
preposterously wrong.
Whoops.
On November 11th, 2011, Bethesda Game Studios released their highly anticipated game, The Elder Scrolls V: Skyrim. Skyrim was lauded critically and performed extremely well financially, more so than any other of Bethesda's games before it. Oblivion, the previous game in the series,
He said performing well financially, but in the middle of the sentence, he said like performed extremely well. I was like, financially? Okay, yeah, no, yep,
sold
that's true.
1.7 million copies in its first month, whereas Skyrim sold twice that number in only its first 2 days. But the
Damn.
breadth of bugs present in the game was immediately apparent, and these bugs were so ubiquitous that some became practically synonymous with the game, such as the ability for players to climb tall mountains by rapidly jumping against a cliff face, or the tendency for the giant variety of enemy to send other actors rocketing into the sky.
Classic.
While many of these bugs were amusing,
Classic.
they would often cause difficulties and frustrate or entirely block progress, and attention once again turned to the unofficial Skyrim patch, which many desperate PC players hoped would help ease the struggle with the game, many foregoing playing at all until it was ready. Those who inquired, however, were met with an unfortunate response. They would have to wait until the team had access to the modding tools
There's Arthmore, the guy someone mentioned.
from Bethesda.
Invalid records for one, that sort of thing can lead to unstable behavior, crashes, etc. in the portal. Yeah.
Which would take another 3 months. However, while the means to properly fix these bugs was not yet available, the community effort to diagnose and document them was now well underway. Members of the forums gathered to collect bugs that they encountered while playing and submit them to the unofficial patch team, who would speculate as to their cause. By the time the modding tools were made available, a long list was already prepared for the team to address. The announcement post for the unofficial patch attracted even more attention and built excitement, and the team of bug-fixing modders grew. The next 2 months were spent attempting to fix as many bugs as possible, and finally, on April 6th, 2012, nearly 5 months after the
That's a
release
long
of the
time
game,
now.
the unofficial Skyrim patch, or USKP as it had come to be known, was released. The list of remedied bugs was dizzyingly large and varied widely in scope, and even in this early implementation, modders were quick
Jesus.
to add the USKP to
Several
their collection.
forum
Its
posts.
immediate popularity only increased the number of people reporting bugs, further assisting the team in their goal. Its reach was assisted in no small part by the establishment and growing popularity of mod hubs, namely Nexus Mods and the newly released Steam Workshop, which offered centralized platforms for players to find and download mods on browsable and searchable databases, vastly increasing their accessibility. The process of installing a mod now was often as simple as pressing a single button. This, combined with the unintrusive and unambiguously positive impact of the mod, dramatically boosted the unofficial patch's usage, both within niche modding communities and a larger, yet less engaged modding public. But shortly after the release of the Skyrim unofficial patch, Kevin, its organizer and distributor, disappeared. Other members of the team referenced a vague personal issue when questioned, but remained mum on any specific.
Fortunately, any edit to vanilla dialogue. Equally unfortunate is that Kivian is in the middle of some IRL issues and isn't available for an update. Not that it would matter. I doubt either of us wants to chuck an entire set of dialogue edits out the window. Yeah.
Leaving other forum users to speculate. None of the team had access to the necessary files to continue the project without Kevin, and soon, as Skyrim received regular updates from the developers, the unofficial Skyrim patch no longer worked with the new updated code, meaning that this patch meant to fix bugs was now breaking the game. Some began to propose making a branch of the patch themselves to make it compatible. Finally, after several months of silence, one of the team members, Arthmore, made an announcement to the unofficial patch thread on the Bethesda forums that Kevin would be taking a leave of absence indefinitely, likely never to return, and that he now had control of the project, as well as the other unofficial patches that Kevin had produced for previous games. With Arthmore as the new steward of the project and manager of the team, updates could begin again. As months passed, more and more bugs were discovered, addressed, and eventually fixed by this network of modders, and over time, many other mods dedicated to fixing specific bugs could also be fixed by the USKP. And so, instead of downloading many different bug-fixing patches, most people opted simply to download the single USKP. To encourage players to forego other projects and rely solely on the unofficial patch, the team posted a list of bug-fixing mods made obsolete by their patch. The active team behind the USKP also meant that it was always kept up to date with the latest version of the game, meaning less concern over depreciation. Soon, the unofficial Skyrim patch had become nearly ubiquitous among modders, and when someone new to the practice would ask which mods to download, the USKP would often be first among them. Its growing popularity had another effect. Because so many people were using it, many other mod authors began creating their mods with the assumption that their users would have the USKP as well, and so many modders added it as a
the YouTuber is Fredrik Knudsen. Here, this guy. He has a very like Norwegian name, but it doesn't sound Norwegian at all. Or like this is either Norwegian or Danish or Swedish. This is the most Scandinavian name that exists. Like this, but it doesn't sound that way at all. I don't think he is Scandinavian even. It's just weird.
Dependency, meaning that their new mod would not function unless the USKP was installed as well. In this way, players who otherwise would not have downloaded the unofficial Skyrim patch or had no interest in it did so anyway, so that another mod that they wanted would function. But while Arthmore was getting affairs in order so that the team could continue work, another of his mods was beginning to receive scrutiny. On February 7th, 2012, Arthmore had released his Open Cities Skyrim mod, which removed the loading zones used to enter cities and instead made the cities a part of the contiguous overworld map. While a minority of players complained of frame rate and crashing issues, the majority seemed pleased with its effects. However, after an update to the mod in June, people who downloaded and used it noticed a peculiar addition. In the largest cities, demolished Oblivion Gates had been added, a structure that featured heavily in the previous game in the Elder Scrolls series. According to a write-up in the Something Awful forums from user Strong Female, quote, "These gates stand out because they're large and are placed in the middle of each city. They also look like shit and have terrible textures. They don't even make sense from a lore perspective."
Why the fuck would it do that?
End quote. At first, players were confused by their appearance. The post advertising the Open Cities mod on the forums made no mention of the gates, and given that many people downloaded and installed other mods as well, it wasn't clear which among them could have been causing this. When Arthmore's Open Cities mod was identified as the culprit, players began to express their frustration. In response to this quiet, unwanted addition, a member of the Something Awful forums going by Upmarket Mango decided to download the mod, remove the gates, and then re-upload it to the Steam Workshop. When Arthmore discovered this re-upload, he was furious and took swift action, demanding that, under the license agreements for the creation engine and the mod itself, this altered version of Open Cities was to be taken down in accordance with the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or
Why don't you just remove the
DMCA,
gates?
arguing that his content was being stolen and shared without his permission. When Bethesda staff obliged and removed this modified re-upload, another modder named Andreas took it upon himself to try again, except by a different, more clever method. Rather than re-uploading the entire mod sans the gates, he instead offered a mod for Arthmore's mod, which he named Gatecrasher. This small file, when installed alongside Arthmore's Open Cities mod, would remove the Oblivion gates and leave the rest of the
Perfect.
mod in.
And this is exactly the thing someone did for Calamity, to remove like the drunken princess from the game, or like the self-inserts. I wonder how the mod creator will respond to that.
Tact. In this case, he was not re-uploading any of Arthmore's content, only a small file that altered Open Cities in much the same way that modders changed the base game of Skyrim. This angered Arthmore even further, and he again went to the community manager for Bethesda, demanding that Andreas's Gatecrasher mod be purged from their databases. Again, they obliged. Andreas, however, was not as acquiescent as upmarket Mango. Andreas would later claim that the senior community manager at Bethesda gave him permission to re-upload Gatecrasher to their hosting service, stating that it didn't violate their guidelines, since he wasn't re-uploading Arthmore's work, only uploading a file that would modify it, something that many other mods already did in order to ensure compatibility with.
I never thought we would have like a juicy Skyrim official patch drama on today's menu, but here we go. This is it's pretty good.
One another. With the decision made, Arthmore made his displeasure known.
But why don't you just remove the gates? I don't understand. Why don't you just remove the gates? Why would you place a giant piece of shit in the cities? Like what?
Writing in response to a post on the official Bethesda forums, he began railing against the practice of modifying other mods, stating, "I would consider any mod created for the sole purpose of sabotage and or destroying content in another mod as malicious software. I fail to see how it could be seen otherwise." He also attacked the character of said creators by stating that, "You can't separate the mentality of those who want to freely rip each other off from the type of person who would exploit such a loophole such as this in order to skirt existing rules on the subject. They're one and the same in my experience." In another post in the same thread, he appealed to the community's moral framework, writing, "Have we as a community so lost touch with our core principles that we're given actual serious thought to enabling the deliberate, targeted sabotage of another's work?" However, none of his philosophizing changed the reality.
I don't know what mod did this, and I have near 30 installed. Can someone identify? Why does he do it? That's so weird. Why would you just put the gates in?
But some users of the Open Cities mod simply disliked Arthmore's extraneous addition of the Oblivion gates, and removing these dead gates from the mod was no different to them than making changes to the base game of Skyrim. With Gatecrasher approved, and with no recourse, Arthmore felt forced to capitulate. Making an edit to the main thread for the Open Cities mod, he included a new section at the bottom. Why are there dead Oblivion gates in the cities now? In it, he spent multiple paragraphs defending his decision to include them, citing lore and discussing authorial intent on the part of Bethesda, as well as invoking real-life memorials to battles in the American Civil War and World War II, including Pearl Harbor and Iwo Jima. He closed his argument by
What the fuck?
Civil War and World War II, including...
While the gates in Elder Scrolls 4 were shown to collapse into their debris piles, the only shown reason for why the physical parts vanished is because that's just how the animation was done. All gates use the same resource files, so they all collapse the same way. Further, the gates that used as the player close down and are done via removal of the sigil stone power source. So when those close, they're doing so under a controlled set of the conditions, and the physical portal withdraws as per whatever designated design the system the data used for that. When Martin pulls the Akotash avatar bit at the end of the Elder Scrolls 4, whatever gates were standing open would have had their dimensional bridge abruptly severed, and I believe that would result in the physical manifestation of remaining behind, since it was not properly shut down. The end result of this should logically have been a series of gates still standing, but with no portal. This was limited by how the scripting works to call their shutdown code, though. All it did was instruct every gate to run the reverse animation. The code was also supposed to have caused all debris everywhere to vanish as well, but that doesn't happen. Nobody reported this as a bug, and Bethesda didn't care enough to fix it. So where ought the various gates all over Tamriel that were left intact, including gates within cities? 200 years isn't long enough for some solid stone to crumble into nothing. Is this long enough for those gates which aren't being marginally maintained by those near them to become overgrown, cracked, damaged by weather, wars, etc., could end up for debate as to whether the Nords would leave them sitting around like this or not. But there's nothing in the lore that says these couldn't simply have been left there as monuments to the crisis. Even here on Earth, we built monuments to incredibly painful events over history, like the World War II memorial at Pearl Harbor, where they left sunken ships in the harbor and they turned it into a national monument. The statue representing the Battle of Iwo Jima, whole museums dedicated to World War II history, and other wars fought as well. Battlefield memorials over the Civil War are everywhere. People even reenact these battles on a regular basis. Arguments of it being future creep don't fly either. No more so than a smelter in Riften where none exists, or a gatesman who opens the gates for you if you're on horseback. These gates add a touch of uniqueness to the mod and pay what I believe is homage to Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion as one of the best games of this time. They are not active portals and nor are they eyesores. They are not even in your way. Yeah. Okay, sure. But what? Okay, this is the Open Cities mod. This is the mod for Open Cities. I think the problem is, and he knows this, is that if he would make a mod to the game that says this mod adds ugly ass Oblivion gates to every city,
The type of guide
no
to
one would
defend
download it.
Fallout homes having low environmental storytelling, skeletons, dust and debris on the floor. Cleaning is a foreign concept to them.
Yep. No one would download the Oblivion gate mod. I don't think so, and he's well aware of that. He just put it in the wrong mod, man.
Pearl Harbor and Iwo Jima. He closed his argument by fighting back against those who believe.
Still not happy? Thomas Currier has created a patch to remove the gates. His only authorized patch, and the others have been produced without permission and are likely to have game-killing bugs in them.
That the inclusion of the gates was beyond the scope of the mod, writing, quote, "Arguments of it being feature creep don't fly either. These gates add a touch of uniqueness to the mod, and pay what I believe is an homage to the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion as one of the best games of its time. They are not active portals, and nor are they eyesores. They're not even in your way." Still not happy? Thomas Kyra has created a patch to remove the gates. His is the only authorized patch. Any others have been produced without permission and are likely to have game-killing bugs in them. End quote. Over time, this event would be given a name. Gategate, a reference to the infamous Watergate scandal. According to team member Sigurd Stormhand, who recalled the incident many years later, quote, "The reason Arthmore dug his heels in was, as much as anything, because some users said some extremely offensive things about the gate meshes themselves, which were made for the project by a friend." End quote. While uncorroborated, a user on the RPG Codex forums would state that, as a result of this disagreement, quote, "Arthmore's personal website got hammered for days with goatsy, gore, and other horrible things." End quote. Despite the relatively small size of this controversy, it set a precedent that Arthmore felt justified making additions to the game to better suit his vision by surreptitiously bundling features with mods that had other overtly stated purposes. And those who disagreed with this vision...
Goatsy is like... Do you guys know what Goatsy is? It's like the guy who's like bending over and he opens his anal with his two hands, like opens up. It's like the classic picture that you would send to like your friends in like middle school. Like the Mario goat. So yeah, man. That's what. Yeah, we would like put that on the computer at school, like the computer monitors. That and like meat spin. Like we had like the computers in our in the classroom, just open in the open, where we would have everything else. So they would be like on the end of the room. A bunch of computers, like 20 in a row, and all of those monitors at some point would have like meat spin on them, where there's like there's a video of a guy getting like fucked in the ass, and he's bouncing up and down, and his dick is spinning around like this, like that. And then either we would do that, or we put like Goatsy on the monitors. It's like, yeah, that's the image. That's the image they spent on this website.
Were not only wrong for attempting to change it, but a threat to the very foundation of modding itself. The desires of the user were secondary to the creative integrity of the mod author's intention, and this, naturally, included Arthmore himself. Now, Arthmore was in charge of the unofficial Skyrim patch, the largest bug-fixing project for Skyrim, and with more and more mods adding it as a dependency, it was becoming harder and harder for modders to omit it, though...
There's no way. He did not, like... I've played Skyrim over the years. There's never been Oblivion Gates in the official patch. No, there's no way he did. No, that's you know what? I'm not even gonna say it. He probably did do
Few
that.
had much reason to do so, given its utility. The team behind the USKP had just been handed immense power within the community, with modders grateful for the massive undertaking and service that the unofficial patch team was providing, and public sentiment strongly in their favor. The momentum of the patch was nigh impossible to stop, and more, the modding community was reliant upon the choices and goodwill of the unofficial patch team.
Uh-oh.
The friction
My best school project was a program that changed desktop background at random to Goatsy for 100 milliseconds. People thought they were seeing things for years. I got in pretty hot water for that, but it was so worth it.
between players and the team
Nice.
would begin early into the unofficial Skyrim patch's lifetime. On September 3rd, 2012, 5 months after the launch of the patch, a forum user wrote in response to the patch's thread expressing their distaste for a specific change that the USKP made to the initial 3 Guardian Stones. These Guardian Stones, found near the beginning of the game, act as guides for new players.
Did it change
Only
that?
one stone's boon may be chosen at a time, and adopting one increases the speed at which the character gains experience for a family of skills, encouraging them into one of 3 modes of play. The Warrior Stone boosted the growth of melee combat skills, while the Mage Stone and Thief Stone did the same for magic and stealth-related skills respectively. This helped give new players unfamiliar with role-playing games a set of clear playstyles that they could follow. Arthmore and his team, however, had made a minor change to these stones. Observing the way that skills were grouped in other places in the game, and citing the official strategy guide, they had decided to move the archery skill from the Thief Stone to the Warrior Stone. According to unofficial patch team members, this change was the subject of heavy internal debate. While a relatively small change overall, it inspired significant frustration from a small group of people who felt that this was overreach on the part of the USKP team. One of the few people to speak up
Bow is obviously a thief skill. Like, that's... Come on. That's obviously...
about it
Hello?
wrote that, while they were happy with the patch as
Clearly more signs point to it being a warrior skill. Yes, it's really not big of a deal. This world was made to fix Bethesda's mistakes, and that's what all it's doing. Glad we're on the same page. I'm only looking for bug fixes, I'm only looking for bug fixes, not told how I'm supposed to play the game. That said, I'm happy with the USP so far. I just have the opinion on the changes to the Guardian should have been left out.
a whole, quote, "I'm only looking for bug fixes, not told how I am supposed to play the game."
See, he can read
To
a
which
sentence. I
Arthmore
can't do it.
replied, "And that's what you got. A bug fix."
That's why he can make a 1 hour long video on YouTube and I can't, man. That's why. I couldn't read a sentence, he could do it. It's over.
This highlighted an inherent problem with bug-fixing projects such as the USKP. There is no public consensus on what precisely a bug is or how to identify one, and what one person might consider an undesirable bug could be an enjoyable feature for another player. Some bugs are easy to identify,
But that's clearly not the bug.
such
By
as
the way,
those that hard
did you know that? Classifying like bows as a archer or a thief skill is, I don't think that's what people think is a bug. By the way,
game or completely lock progress, but others are not so clearly
Sorry.
defined. In order to
I blame that I have a cold and I'm sick. Okay, that's why
resolve
my
this
excuse.
tension, Arthmore wrote a frequently asked questions section for the AFK Mods website, which became the primary hub for discussion of the unofficial patch, and he opened this post with a definition. Quote, "A bug is defined for our purposes as a defect in the game that can be factually proven to be broken. This can be anything from a quest that won't advance a stage when it should, to a typo in a book, and pretty much everything in between. Some judgment is used for issues that are more cosmetic than functional, such as the lack of heat blurs on smelters and forges. The game will obviously function just fine without those, but they constitute unrealistic visual presentation." End quote. But this definition still left many ambiguities, and for many bugs, one vitally important aspect is the intention of the developers. A fix for a hard crash is almost universally positive, as most developers don't wish for their programs to do so, but what denotes a bug is not always so clear, and this problem was exemplified by the Guardian Stones. While the Thief Stone purported to provide bonuses to the stealth category of skill, it is the only place in the game where archery is included in that category, with 3 other quests that defined archery as a combat skill, and so, one natural conclusion is that its categorization as a stealth skill was an error, an argument that was used to dismiss the frustrated critics. However, this addition could also have been an attempt by the developers to complement a stealth archer style of play, popular in
Stealth archer? No, I don't think anyone. I don't think, no, that's not, they wouldn't. No one does that. Like, what?
Games such as Skyrim, where the player attempts to quietly pick off individual enemies from a
The
group
playstyle
without
literally
being
everyone
spotted,
does.
using ranged attacks to stay hidden. Notably, as of the writing of this video, the vanilla game still includes the boost to the archery skill with the Thiefstone boon nearly 14 years after Skyrim's release, though Bethesda has allowed many bugs to remain in Skyrim during this time, and so its continued presence is far from conclusive evidence of intent. While Arthmore had cited the official strategy guide as evidence, they are notoriously unreliable and often contain incorrect information due to simple error or because the copy for the book was finalized before the game's code, making them poor evidence of intent, something that Arthmore would even later admit. Whatever the developer's intention, the USKP team was now placing themselves as its final arbiters, and a vocal
Jesus.
contingent of players disagreed not only with their
Let me get it. I'm gonna get a, like a throat thing. There we go.
interpretations, but that fundamentally, changes to gameplay such as this were outside the scope of a bug-fixing patch. But by the end of the year, the USKP team would be making more aggressive changes to the game.
Really?
The first was at a particular location called Red Belly Mine, which was ostensibly an iron mine overrun by large spiders which the player could clear for the local villagers. However, despite the villagers referring to it as an iron mine, the mine was filled with ebony ore instead, a much more valuable material. Like the Guardian Stone changes, there was significant disagreement around how to proceed. Daydreamer, a frequent contributor and vocal poster on the forums, and another contributor named Sia Levy argued vehemently that the Red Belly mine should be changed. The former argued that, quote, "The developers screwed up. Even printed literature says this is an iron mine. The local Radiant quest requires an iron ore. Making the mist red should be a no-brainer." End quote. Arthmore, the new leader of the project, agreed that the mine was most likely intended to be an iron mine and was later changed in error during development, but disagreed with making any changes with the unofficial patch, stating, quote, "There's no good alternative either way, because one option means splicing audio, the other option means altering the entire mine to provide iron, get rid of the bodies that aren't supposed to be there, and concoct some sort of red mist effect, plus editing part of the village exterior to replace the loose ore there, too. Both options are highly intrusive, though I have to think the audio splicing would actually be less of an issue in the long run." Eventually, he concluded, "Going to close this one out, as fixing it would unnecessarily deprive the game of a source of ebony, and the rest of this stuff could just as easily have changed after the spiders got there."
Yeah.
End quote. But Sia Levy was adamant, quote, "I strongly disagree with closing this. Every piece of information says this should be an iron mine. Convenience for access to ebony is not a good reason to dismiss it. That's essentially an exploit." End quote. Under the pressure from Sia Levy and Daydreamer, Arthmore acquiesced, and so they made a series of changes based on the in-game dialogue and context clues from the game. Pointing to the discussions between the villagers, the fact that the miners buy iron ore, the dialogue about a red mist in the mine, which can be a product of improperly mined iron, and the nearby mine with the same number of ore nodes, which could have been a point of confusion for poorly coordinated developers, the team set about replacing all of the ebony ore veins with iron ore instead, and to replace this lost ebony, the iron ore in a separate mine was replaced with ebony. This, however, wasn't enough for the team. While the in-game dialogue discussed a red mist in the Red Belly mine, any such mist was lacking in the mine itself, instead featuring only the normal white mist that could be found in other locations. And so, in order to be satisfied that the mine had been fixed, the USKP team adjusted the coloration of the mist texture using modding tools to make it more red, though this took numerous iterations in order for them to be satisfied. But soon, the team would extend their remedies from adjusting in-game assets to creating new assets wholesale. Near the beginning of the main questline of Skyrim, the player fights their first
I mean, the
dragon.
mine thing is fine, right? Like, it seemed very clear it was supposed to be iron, right? Like, it doesn't look great, but it's like, sure, I wouldn't mind that. I don't think I would mind that at all. That's like a weird inconsistency to be in the game, and if they fix that, obviously, yeah, it's fine.
Named Mirmulnir, with the help of the guards from a nearby city. If played in English, subtitles will appear for Mirmulnir, but no actual voice lines can be heard, unlike other dragons who appear in the story. After investigating, the team discovered that, while the game's code called for a voice line to play when these subtitles appeared, no audio file actually existed in the game. Notably, localized versions of Skyrim included voice acting for these lines in their respective languages, and only the English version lacked these audio files.
Nice.
Still, without any files, there was nothing for the USKP team to restore. Rather than simply remove these orphan subtitles or leave them as they were, the team behind the unofficial patch
Dude, this fight, I always remember Skyrim. Like, when I played the game and I got to this point, and it's the same they did with Fallout 4. Fucking Bethesda, man. They gotta put you against the fucking dragon within the first, like, 15 minutes of the game. That's insane. You do Deathclaw, like, in the first village in Fallout 4. In this game, you instantly do a dragon. It's so bad. It's so ass.
Decided on a
Good
different
Lord.
option. They had a member of the community record a custom voice line for the dragon and added it to
There should be like a late game goal you look forward to, like, oh, I can't wait to finally find a dragon, like, or like mid game at least, right?
the mod, giving Mirmulnir the affect of a wheezing old man. As additions to the
I should voice act it. Dovahkiin, no. Mine will be better. Put a little
unofficial
filter on it,
patch
it'll be
began to
fine.
accumulate, and as more new players began to enter the modding scene, encouraged by the unprecedented
Well,
success
well.
of Skyrim, a rift began to grow between those who played the game without mods and those who played with the USKP. Given the impracticality of reading the ever-bloating changelog, very few modders were aware of the breadth of changes made by the unofficial patch, and given its description as a purely bug-fixing project, most assumed that, apart from the other mods they were using, they were having the same experience as the vanilla players.
Fucking revelation.
Because so few people had the knowledge base to tell the difference, there was little opportunity for
Fallout 1 of Deathclaws in like a third village, but you're explicitly warned to not go there, and you get... Yeah, I'm not gonna read that. You get owned there if you without the proper setup. Yeah, and same in Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas are like, oh yeah, you gotta go around the entire map and chase down Benny to the casino, all the way around, because in the middle there's Deathclaws, and you're probably gonna die if you go there. So that's the whole thing.
the unofficial patch's reputation to be harmed, if not because of their relatively small impact
Either that or bugs that do the same thing, but worse.
on the game than due to ignorance. This broad perspective on what
But as in, like, actual bugs, like flying, Cazadors, they kill
constituted
you.
the bug was illustrated in part by a post made by Arthmore to the AFK mods forums in July of 2014, in which the team listed the numerous other mods that helped, as they described it, fix the game experience. In this list, they included a mod called Sky UI, which sought to offer a menu system more accommodating to players who used a mouse and keyboard. Arthmore wrote, perhaps half in jest, that it was, quote, a PC-centric reworking of the major components of the game interface. Yes, we do in fact consider this to be within the realm of bug fixing, because the vanilla PC interface is simply not designed with actual PCs in mind. End quote. The next few years progressed uneventfully for the unofficial patch team as they gradually fixed bugs and made
No way.
small changes to the game, members coming and going as availability and interest waxed and waned. But as this time passed, the public perception of the mod continued to change. While the team publicly asserted that they made decisions as a group, the mod was uploaded to the most popular databases under Arthmore's name, and near the end of 2013, the Bethesda forum threads for the USKP stopped crediting any other contributors, meaning that the only person whose name was outwardly attached to the mod was the person who was posting the threads. Arthmore. Finding any further attributions required further research into the AFK forums or the README files of the mod, something that scarce few were bothered to do. Gradually, the name Arthmore became synonymous with the unofficial Skyrim patch, and the
You know when you have you guys watched Recess? Like the Recess of like that guy who like reports people who's, the picture like reported, the little like nasal little fucker who's like, he's like, the most punchable face in the world. Randall, yeah, that guy, the little prick that no one likes. You can, and there's some people like this, and I've already said it before on stream, but like, there's some people in real life where you can just see their face and be like, this guy's gonna be an asshole. Like the phenotype, is it called a phenotype? I think that's the phenotype. Like some people just have like a facial features and shit like that, that you just know. You've seen this guy's face, and you already know who he is. You know that he has like the most nasal, annoying voice ever. You know he's gonna be annoying. He's gonna have like a stick up his ass. It's gonna be like a little piece of shit. And I think in this case, now I might be a bit biased because I've been watching this video, but I've thought it since the very beginning. This guy's fucking avatar, okay? This fucking lizard in a hoodie with blood on his nose, looking at the camera like this. Like it gives me the same thing, the exact same thing. Like I think this like phenotype has transcended from his face into the fucking computer. Where like I know who this person is in real life now. I know exactly what it's like. At this point. And the name Arthmore, like, yeah, okay, dude.
USKP became known as Arthmore's mod. What's more, Arthmore's frustration with the general modding community was beginning to show more and more. Arthmore had
Give me a
habit of
close-up on
engaging
that.
in frequent discussion in forums, arguing over semantics and correcting those who accused his mods of causing issues while dismissing them for their lack of aptitude. Frequently, he would refuse to offer any correction, opting only to inform the user that they were wrong, having long become fed up with supplying explanations to one person only for another
Wait,
person
what happened
ask
to
the
his
same
avatar? Did we
questions
change
or
it?
demonstrate the same misconceptions later. This was a sentiment shared by many other mod authors. It is common for mod users to encounter problems with a new mod and, rather than using available resources, immediately beseech the creator for a solution, resulting in the same questions repeatedly asked and blame improperly assigned by frustrated modders. This results in mod authors growing jaded toward their own user base, some more than others. But Arthmore's combativeness only increased as the years passed, and by the end of 2013, his frustration with the user base was shaping decisions about the unofficial patch. For example, when they noticed that the haggling skill wasn't providing quite as large of a discount as they expected, the USKP team adjusted the numbers and sent the patch live. However, soon afterward, an astute, mathematically inclined user went to the USKP forums to reveal that, while unintuitive, the vanilla mathematics were indeed correct, since the skill described the effect as making the prices better as opposed to cheaper, meaning that, rather than reducing the price by the percentage given, it allowed the player to purchase more of a good for the same price. The bug fix had accidentally introduced a new bug, rather than fixing one, though relatively minor. Arthmore, however, refused to revert the change on the basis that, quote, "I can predict with absolute certainty that it will simply be reported again if we undo this. The whole convoluted logic of it defies common understanding because nobody I know thinks 15% better results in a $100 item costing $87. They expect that to result in a $100 item costing $85. End quote. Despite pushback from other forum users, Arthmore would offer no further reply.
Wait, so what was the actual? I want to read that now. Yeah, I think so too. The haggling perks deliver inconsistent results. Specifically, haggling 00 only gives 9% on buying when it should be 10%. Haggling 20 buy price only gives 30% when it should be 15%. Haggling 40 only gives 10% when it should be 20%. Haggling 60 gives 20% when it should be 25%. All of these selling bonuses on these perks are correct, but the buy prices were using incorrect decimal values to produce the expected bonuses, blah blah. It's a minor issue, but it seems to me that the initial values were indeed correct. The perk doesn't say that buying prices are reduced by X%, but that they are X% better. The former, which is that what the USKP changes the perks to, would be calculated as a buy price times 1 minus perk bonus time divided by 100. While the formula for the latter buy price Well, the formula for the latter, buy price divided by 1 plus perk bonus divided by 100 in the same parentheses, plus 1 minus, would match the original numbers. To make my point, a theoretical 100% better buying prices would result in a 50% reduction in, according to the original formula, making them effectively 100% better. Since you can buy them twice as much, while a USKP formula would give a 100% reduction, which would not fit with the perk description. Not much more to say other than thanks for everyone's hard work on this patches, it's greatly appreciated. Oh, math. Your money is worth 50% more versus item costs 50% less. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I know it as 1 minus and 1 plus. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay, yeah. 1 plus your perk bonus, 1 minus perk bonus. Yeah. Buy price times 1 minus, buy price divided by 1 plus. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
Had accidentally introduced.
So technically, I don't care. Yeah, but it's I wanted to like see if I could understand it. Reduced by X%, but they're X% better. Yeah, so the buying prices reduces would be that it's buy price times 1 minus perk bonus. This would subtract from the what it costs. While the formula for the latter, the one that is in the game by default, is buy price divided by 1 plus your perk bonus. Yeah.
Produced a new bug rather than fixing one, though relatively minor. Arthmore, however,
Yeah, so 100% for that skill wouldn't make things free. It would make them cost 50% less. Exactly, yeah. And that's, yeah, so you can't just be like, you get 100% bonus from the skill tree, and it's like, can I have this for free? And they're like, yes. I don't think you can reach 100% bonus through it anyways, but you know what I mean.
revert the change on the basis of, quote,
It's a super small thing. It doesn't matter that much, but it's just the wording and the way it worked with the base game and the way it explains it was consistent, and it didn't need a fix. But the developers misread it and they were like, well, it says 9% instead of 10%. That doesn't make sense. The numbers isn't satisfying and clean. Like whole.
I can predict with absolute certainty that it will simply be reported again if we
People will report it, so it shouldn't. We have to fix not something that isn't an issue because people are stupid.
The error results in a $100
Fair
item
enough.
costing $87. They expect that to result in a $100 item costing $85. End quote. Despite pushback from other forum users, Arthmore would offer no further reply, apparently choosing to keep the changes in the patch. As the years passed, the USKP
Goes against its definition of a bug, by the way. Yeah, that too.
team would grow more comfortable with the idea of adding their own new content to remedy issues. In late 2014, one astute member of the team noticed that
TF.
an in-game book outlining the holds in Skyrim was missing a hold, and so he wrote new text to complete the book, text that was included in the next iteration of the unofficial patch. Gradually, the scope of the USKP was growing beyond that which most assumed it to be. But Arthmore's frustration would grow in concert with the importance of his modding efforts to the community. When Kevin left in 2013, Arthmore had accepted control of the unofficial Morrowind and Oblivion patches as well as the Skyrim patch. But in November of 2015...
I can predict with absolute certainty. Yeah, wait. Dude. Utter certainty. Yeah, he sounds like Skywrath Mage. It made me think of Skyrim. This guy has like the longest. You know when you taunt at the beginning of the game, you can taunt them, and this guy has like the longest fucking. Usually they will just say, okay, I know this is totally off topic, but someone said that the fucking absolute certainty. Okay, that's what the Dota characters say, and this guy says it too. But he has like the longest fucking taunt in the entire game. Listen to this.
From the ghastly Eyrie, I can see to the ends of the world, and from this vantage point, I declare with utter certainty that this one is in the bag.
Every fucking game. If you predict a win, you would say that every fucking game. Anyways, where's the video? There we are.
Bethesda released Fallout 4, and Arthmore would begin overseeing another unofficial patch project for this game as well, releasing in April of 2016, further increasing his influence. As their boldness increased, the importance of authorial intent was beginning to shift. For example, in the base game, a unique weapon called the Ebony Blade is unable to be improved, but the unofficial patch team decided in 2015 to make it possible to upgrade it, citing a loading screen tooltip that noted, any weapon or piece of armor can be improved at a smithy. In response to someone's thread on the AFK mods forums complaining about the change, Arthmore wrote, quote, nonsensical or not, our decisions are generally not based on tales from a potential work of fiction in-universe. There is overriding external info given to the person at the keyboard that things were supposed to work a certain way and no exceptions were provided for in that information. If you can produce more than just that book that corroborates the intent, we'll consider it. End quote. However, despite their adamance, 2 years later, this change was reverted. Responding to another person making a post to the same forums complaining about the reversion, Arthmore dismissed them by saying, quote, get a mod that handles this then because the decision was reviewed and decided for reversion after reading up on the lore. The problem with arguing the load screen is that the book in the room with the blade is quite clear, which means the game is speaking to the issue directly instead of a generic load screen that could...
Then why would they change it in the first place? He's okay. I mean, he changed his mind up and he made a correct choice, but like the fact that he would do it in the first place. What the fuck? Damn.
be interpreted new.
Bro was an ego larger than Todd Howard's. I don't think Todd Howard has as much of an ego, does he? I think the problem is that like if something isn't like they should really be strict about what is, if you're doing a project like this, what is a bug should be very well defined and very followed through, because like just because something isn't like perfect or it has like a different vision, or like it's the blade. There was not clear if it was supposed to be upgraded or not. The loading screen said it was. The book next to the blade said it wasn't. Yet they decided, oh, we have to fix this. We got it needs to be fixed.
Numerous ways. We do not consider load screens to be primary sources of lore,
you
especially
did.
when they're of the type that explain game mechanics such as this.
You did.
We are not going to change it again. The lore sources are correct, and a
Yep.
lot more people consider those to be important to maintain. Our decision has been made, and we're sticking to it. The lore is clear, what we've done is consistent with it, and that's pretty much that. We are not responsible for the condition of things in the lore. Bethesda is. If you think this needs changing, lobby them to change it. We are not going to. End quote. This ambiguity of purpose, whether the mod was in service to authorial intent or lore, would only continue to plague further changes. The team was also keen to add new assets.
How much is there to change in this fucking game, man? This was, by the way, that was in 2017. The game came out 6 years ago.
Higher resolution textures to
6
replace
years ago.
others, despite falling well outside the purview of bug fixing. These are only a handful of the changes with which some people took umbrage, and they would continue bug fixing.
What was
The
the
resolution
difference?
texture further changes. The team was also keen to add new assets, such as higher resolution textures to replace others, despite falling well outside the purview of bug fixing. These are only a handful of the changes with which some people took umbrage, and
Some.
they would continue to
Some.
accumulate as time.
The people who would take problems with them adding a high quality texture to a fucking dart in the starting area, it's the same people who took issue with me hanging the Norwegian flag outside of my fucking apartment after the 17th of May, man. I had a Norwegian flag hanging out here, as you should, during the 17th of May. But I went away, forgot about it, and then you have people with too much fucking time on their hands, sitting on their balcony with a fucking binoculars, being like, oh, well, the flag shouldn't technically be out today. And you know what? They didn't just like think that was stupid. What they did was they sent a fucking email to the council of my apartment complex, be like, did you know that this one nationalist, xenophobic piece of shit living in this unit has a Norwegian flag hanging out when you're not supposed to be having flags out? They basically reported me, like, because some people have too much time on their hands.
Past. Over the next few years, the unofficial Skyrim patch would continue to become a staple of Skyrim modding, and while a remastered version of Skyrim was in production, named Skyrim.
You can't be proud of your own country. Well, can you flag any day in Norway? There are 16 official flag days in Norway, some of which include New Year's Day, Easter, Queen's birthdays, and Sami People's Day. The flag should be raised no earlier than 8 a.m. in March through October, and 9 a.m. through November to February. It's to be lower at sunset, no later than 9 p.m. Yeah, there's like Norwegian flag etiquette, I guess. And it's also supposed to be down during like the night. I didn't know that. It's like Ramadan. Is that really it? Over the course of its history, Norway... fuck off. Norway has had a few different iterations of the national flag. From the long union with Denmark, they adopted Denmark's red flag with white stripes, blah, 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 blah. It's no wonder that the people of Norway take great pride in their flag and what it stands for. As such, there are certain flag days, a certain flag flying etiquette that should be used when flying the national flag. There are 16 official... There are 16 official flag days in Norway. We already read that. Flags known as vimpel, or long triangular flags, have become quite common in Norway as the official etiquette rules do not apply to them. They are a more informal version that is cheaper and easier to replace after a long wear of damage. Additionally, they can be flown constantly rather than having to raise and lower them with every use. Whether you want to support the proper flag or the Norwegian pennant flag, should show your love for Norway and raise it high. Yeah, so the square flag, or like the rectangular flag, this one you don't fly all the time, but you have like the triangular one, like the one that is just like a red, like a vimpel flag. Yeah, like one of these. These you can fly whenever you want, right? But I don't have that, so. Anyways, yeah, but the thing is that like it's etiquette. It's etiquette. It's not the law. You're not gonna have the fucking. It's not. We're not in Britain. I'm not gonna have police with their stupid fucking copper hats showing up at my door if I have the flag. You're just gonna have annoyed neighbors, and some of them have too much time. That's it. Basically. Holding flags shouldn't be held upside down either. Yeah. Basically. And if it's the 17th of May, don't fly foreign flags, okay? Just fuck. I know a lot of people love that shit. I love that, you know, they want to represent their own country, but show some fucking restraint. You're in Norway. It's the 17th of May. It's the one day in the year where it's Norway Constitution Day. Get your shitty little flag and put it somewhere else, okay? Just fly it another day, okay? That's it.
Skyrim Special Edition, the unofficial patch team would be given early access, along with a small cadre of other modders and content creators, so that they could make an updated patch available upon this new version's release, which would occur in late October of 2016. Shortly after release, Arthmore would be interviewed as a mod creator by the game studio, though little substantive information would be discussed, mostly acting as a way
My creation. Skyrim Special Edition. My creation interview Arthmore.
for Bethesda to advertise the mods from Arthmore that would be available for Skyrim Special Edition. More importantly, it acted as an endorsement of the work of Arthmore and, by extension, the unofficial patch. With this new updated version, the patch would take on the new name of Unofficial Skyrim Special Edition Patch, or USSEP. But just as the unofficial patch was reaching levels of recognition scarcely rivaled by any mod before it, Arthmore would finally begin damaging his reputation so thoroughly that the modding community would begin to turn on him, and by extension, the unofficial patch project.
It begins. Finally.
A year after the release
AP News. Wait, Albino, sorry, but did you know? What is this? I'm gonna open this in a second window, just in case it's like Goatsy or some shit. What is this? AP News. What the fuck? Norwegian flag mistaken for a Confederate flag removed. Owners of a Michigan bed and breakfast have removed the Norwegian flag outside of their business after being accused of promoting racism from people who think it was a Confederate flag. Kjersten and Greg Offenecker, owners of the Nordic Pineapple, hung out flag opposite of the American flag after they moved into the Civil War era mansion in 2018. The last Lansing State Journal reported they took both flags down last week. The red flag with blue cross and superimposed on a white cross is a nod to Kjersten Offenbecker's grandfather, who was born in Norway. I guess this is in Michigan. Is that in Minnesota? Oh no, it's a state. Oh, okay. I thought it was a city. But in the middle of America, they have a lot of Norwegian heritage. Anyways. The Norwegian flag has the same colors as the Confederate flag, but the patterns and symbols are different. The Confederate flag is it's a fucking X containing white stars. The couple said they never would have thought anyone would mistake the Norwegian flag for something else. I don't see it because I grew up with the Norwegian flag, Kjartan Offenbecker said. To me, they are two distinct flags. Several community members have urged the couple to put the Norwegian flag back up, but the Offenbecker said they won't until they can figure out a way to make sure it's not mistaken for the Confederate flag. The couple wrote in a July 20th, a post on the Nordic Pineapple Facebook page. We love being members of the St. John's community and are heartbroken to have had to make this decision. Given the current cultural climate and the idea that people are judging us based on the misconception that the national Norwegian flag versus the Confederate flag, this is what is best for our family and our inn. The couple, who has 2 black children, said they have done their best to help their children navigate racism in America and the aftermath of George Floyd. And the aftermath. Oh no, they had to pull in George Floyd too. Floyd died after an officer pressed his knee into Floyd's neck for nearly 8 minutes. The death of Floyd sparked protests worldwide against racial injustice and police brutality. It's more than this one instance of black people. It's not just this one person. This was the straw that broke the proverbial back. What the fuck? Yeah, you know why they can't have the Norwegian flag in America? It's because of fucking George Floyd, man. God damn. I knew it.
Special Edition, another version of the game for virtual reality headsets, was made available, simply called Skyrim VR. Though there was no official modding support, modders were quick to make a minor change to the unofficial patch to make it compatible, and to their great...
What is this Confederate flag? It's not even close. How how is this? Look at this flag. And then you think it's the Norwegian flag. Dude, like how? How the fuck? How do you do that? They were like, it's a cross, and it's a fucking X. Damn.
Relief, it largely
North American education, yeah, basically. They hate geography. I mean, I struggled a bit when I ranked every country in the world, right? But, yeah, like, damn.
worked, meaning that other mods which were dependent upon it could be made compatible as well. Over the next year, the small but dedicated Skyrim VR modding community grew. But in April of
Some people, motherfuckers, are just dumb and want any reason to get mad. Well, I mean, if they actually do think, it's not that they want a reason to get mad, but like if you see if you see like a cafe out here in Tromsø flying like a like a Confederate flag. If you see something flying a Confederate flag, it's like, well, why the fuck are you doing that? I still don't remember what the Confederate flag was for. What it like, but it has something to do with racism, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know American history that well because I'm not American, right? So
2018, the unofficial.
But I'm pretty sure it's bad. Slavery, yeah, slavery. So they something slavery. Wasn't there two sides that fought in America? One loved slavery, the other hated slavery, and one of them won, and the other were the Confederates. I think that was it, right? The Civil War. Confederacy versus Union, yeah. So basically Confederate flag stands for like, we want slavery back. Both sides wanted slaves to be free. Okay, that's really funny, Ange, but I think that's not what they meant.
Team pushed update 4.1.3 to their distribution hubs, and when Skyrim VR players downloaded and installed the update, they discovered that this version was breaking some functionality with the game. In most other instances, this would only be a minor problem, as modders could simply download an older, compatible version of the.
A lot of US schools don't focus on things in America, so a lot of Americans don't care about knowing about the world. Well, I mean, I caught up on that part. Like, they just don't. But it's like, the entirety of America is like, I guess I know a certain amount about America. Like if you ask me like where's California, I know that. If you ask me like where's fucking Washington DC, I can point that out. Or like where's New York, or like where's fucking Maryland, or where's Minneapolis, where's Texas, right? Where's Albuquerque? I can point it out, but like I think that's just because America has like such a big cultural impact. But I don't know, whatever.
Patch, but when modders.
But if you look at like his thing is that like in Europe every country is so distinct, but in America, I mean the states are, but they're all American, and like it may be. What was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say. I really forgot, but fuck it. Americans don't know geography. But I don't know that much geography myself either, so I really, you know what? What are you gonna do? I know some, but everyone thinks that Norway is a city in Sweden, so fuck you.
Who had installed the update went searching for an old version to solve the issue, they were faced with a roadblock. The unofficial patch team had a policy to always remove the old version of the patch when a new one was made available. This practice was uncommon among mod authors,
yeah, it
especially those whose mods are used as a dependency, because new versions can break other mods reliant upon it. As such, the decision to bar modders from accessing older versions was generally seen as a harmful, if not antisocial, practice, especially given the collaborative nature of modding. But the team continued this practice anyways, ostensibly to prevent complaints from people using an older version of the patch, though the team members have also stated that this was the wish of Kevin when Arthmore inherited the project. The unofficial patch team was aware of the problems that this would cause the VR modding community, but Arthmore was unsympathetic in a public statement, writing, quote, Bethesda has made it clear that the VR versions of the game do not support the use of mods. As a result, this mod will not be supported for anyone attempting to use it on a VR version of the game. Take note that even if Bethesda later changes their mind on this, VR equipment is too expensive to justify the purchase just for the sake of making sure the mod works with it. Please do not ask about this subject in the comments, as all such comments from this point forward will be deleted. End quote. The helpfulness of the unofficial patch had generally shielded it from criticism, but now, one of its practices was actively harming an entire category of modders, and enough mods used it as a dependency that removing it would also mean removing a number of other mods along with it. Several posts were made to the Skyrim VR subreddit to open discussion around this problem, and Arthmore quickly arrived to enter into dialogue with the users there, though his tone was far from diplomatic. He wrote, quote, "We aren't going to give a rat's ass about VR users trying to shoehorn in something that clearly won't work just because you guys are set in stone on ignoring the facts here. The only dickwad move was expecting someone wouldn't tell me people are being jerks behind my back like this." End quote. Responding to Arthmore, one Reddit user named Tyrandor2 wrote, quote, "We aren't being jerks, nor are we choosing to talk behind your back. You've forced us to talk here instead of your Nexus page. You've stickied a message saying you will delete any comments regarding VR. For the record, many people have been using USSEP and hundreds of other mods with Skyrim VR without issues. You make it sound like some completely illogical thing that clearly won't work." End quote. Another reply from the same user implies that Arthmore called VR modders spoiled entitled brats, though the original quote is now lost. With few options available, Tyrandor made another post discussing this issue while also providing a link to a Google cache of the old patch version so that people who had installed the update could revert the change and continue playing Skyrim VR modded without losing dozens of hours of progress. This enraged Arthmore, who wrote, quote, "So you guys are so fucking hard up to push this that you'll resort to piracy now? You are single-handedly doing a severe disservice to the entire VR community by resorting to illegal activities to try and force our hand. For fuck's sake, if I knew what your Nexus account was, I'd have you reported for stealing mods there."
Stealing mods!
Around the time of this
By the
argument,
way,
perhaps even while it was taking place, Arthmore turned to the terms of use for the unofficial patch and added new definitions specifically targeting VR users. Before, unmodified versions of the mod were allowed to be re-uploaded by others on different platforms, as long as documentation and attribution were maintained, but now he restricted usage, part of it reading, "Distribution for the intent of using it on an incompatible platform such as Skyrim VR is strictly forbidden." Having done so, he continued arguing with users on the subreddit, hurling curses at them while accusing them of piracy. At some point, the page to download the patch was taken offline as well, barring anyone, VR user or otherwise, from downloading it. However, suddenly, in the middle of this argument, Arthmore made a turn and apologized and restored the patch's availability after only a short time offline. Though the precise wording is lost, other members of the forum seemed taken aback by his apology and commended him for it. Soon, the unofficial patch team would endorse a new mod that made the patch compatible with VR, and those asking on the subreddit would be guided to this mod, as well as an archived version of the unofficial patch, though discussion about VR was still banned and heavily moderated on the USSEP Nexus page.
Why is he such a cunt? Dude, the thing about like mod communities and mod pages like this is that like this is where people can just freely make the game what they want it to be. And if someone wants to do it for you and make your thing compatible and more playable, which is the point of your fucking mod to begin with, why are you being a cunt about it? What the fuck? You should hire this person and put him on the team and merge the thing so it's all in one like package. What the hell? Giga Power Trip, yeah, it's like a stubborn little cunt. Most modders I know are nice. Yeah, they are. They usually are.
With any post about it purged. News of this conflict disseminated gradually throughout the general Bethesda modding community, and by the time the next controversy occurred, many were ready to turn on Arthmore should the unofficial
I think it's because he's afraid he won't get credit for it. Well, why should he get credit for it? He didn't fucking make it. He refuses to do it, so why would he get credit?
Team misstep again, and that misstep would come less than a year later, when his combative attitude would finally find him in lasting trouble. In February of 2019, a user on the Skyrim mods subreddit made a post titled, "Does anyone else hate how the unofficial bug patch adds features and not just bug fixes?" The contents consisted of two sentences. Quote, "I use it, but I wish it didn't add things like another set of Archmage armor, changing stats and so on. It's just not the job of the patch to do so." End quote. The top comments on this post were populated with modders having a discussion around the complexities of defining a bug and solutions for those who wanted to revert certain changes, while farther down, many could be found dismissing the person who made this post as misinformed, while others espoused their support for the mod, some more inflammatory than others. One well-received comment described Arthmore's posting history. Quote, I sometimes wish the unofficial patch would take a more conservative approach about what it considers a bug, but it's impossible to have a rational discussion about these things with Arthmore without it turning into a flame war. As you can see from his posts in this thread, he takes any criticism of the unofficial patch very personally and immediately goes on the offensive, accusing you of lying, lacking skills, having some sort of agenda, etc. Life is too short to have to deal with that, so I just edit out anything I don't like myself. End quote. Another user replied, quote, I'm on the fence about this, because while he does go overboard sometimes, okay, a lot.
I just can't. What are you watching? Slop? No, we're watching soup. We're watching soup. A beautiful, hearty soup. Devs can have insane power trips over the projects. 8 out of 10 times, guys like that are being quietly laid off because of people prefer to work with maybe less qualified but not insufferable devs. Yeah, I can
He and
imagine.
the other contributors have put literal years into the thing, so being annoyed by misinformation is understandable. On the other hand, there's the trend toward behavior that's easily described as volcanic. End quote. As the first reply in the chain suggested, Arthmore had indeed already arrived to the post, replying to comments to defend changes made in the unofficial patch, though as had come
4 points. Cope. 4 points. It's over.
to be expected,
It's just
he
over.
had little interest in containing his anger against these commenters, frequently calling them liars among other pejoratives. Among the commenters was a user going by Opus Glass, a mod author responsible for
39
publishing
points.
the Diverse Dragons collection, which adds a variety of unique dragons to Skyrim. After stating that they themselves used the unofficial patch due to the wide array of bugs that it fixed, they revealed that they had to adjust a table changed by the patch, a change with which they disagreed. They explained that, quote, I understand the reason why they added it, but it's not a very well thought out reason, and when I've tried to discuss it with Arthmore, he goes all scorched earth, I am holier than...
But there are certainly some things that I disagree with. One example is that they added an explicitly low-level version of the Elder Dragon to the level... One example is that they added an inexplicably low-level version of the Elder Dragon to the leveled lists in place of the second Frost Dragon. So with you sleep, you will encounter Frost Dragons at half the rate of any other dragon, and encounter the Elder Dragons 1.5 times as often as any other dragon. And you will never know if you're fighting a strong Elder Dragon or a weak one. The icing on the cake is that the Elder Dragon already has the same model as the Ancient Dragon, with a very different texture, presumably because they ran out of time before making the final dragon model. So effectively, the models become 5x more common than a Frost Dragon model when you have U-Sleep installed instead of 2x as common as in vanilla. I understand, okay, so they changed like the spawn table. I thought they meant like a literal table in the game, but they added like they rearranged like what dragons spawn.
Thou. End quote. Arthmore, however, took umbrage with Opus Glass's recounting of events. Deigning to reply, he wrote, quote, and just when was this supposed to have happened? Because I think you're just making it up based on what you thought you had done at some point. Not one person has ever brought this up to us in any way once the fix was put in place. Make a proper argument in the proper place, this sub is not the proper place, and we'll consider it. Until that happens, though, we're going to assume you're just wrong about this and leave it at that. End quote. When Opus Glass insisted that the conversation had indeed occurred, and Arthmore insisted that it hadn't, the former found a link to the conversation in question to prove it. Arthmore, however, remained indignant. He seemed unwilling to acknowledge that
Well, there it is.
that indeed someone had discussed this issue with him, and instead began to focus on the fact that Opus Glass had used a different account for the conversation, accusing them of using a sock puppet account.
Well, there we go. As far as I'm concerned, I never had this conversation. Not sure why you expect one to just know what you've changed, that you've changed usernames, and then get bent out of shape when you say, but you talked about this. I can't be reasonably expected to keep track of all your sock puppet accounts. In any case, even one of the moderators thought you were wrong on the issue, so I fail to see why I should accept the argument a year later when there still has been no effort to provide actual evidence of a problem, especially when the list of progression you show is incorrect on its face in asserting that vanilla has the proper slots filled in level 27. Bug 19.3.3.20 addresses this exact issue, and you're still not shown it to be incorrect. So maybe you'll understand why I tend to get pissed off at things like that, that people bring up but fail to back up with actual evidence.
This back and forth continued for some time, with many of Arthmore's replies purged by the moderators before they
Well, if he did check it, I mean, you know.
It could be archived, but whatever he said, it was aggressive enough to invite rebuke, and before the conversation could conclude, Arthmore was banned from the Skyrim mod subreddit, one of the largest forums on which to discuss Skyrim modding. This had apparently been a long time coming, with years of arguments preceding this. 2 months later, a moderator for the subreddit wrote numerous paragraphs about the decision. Part of it read, quote, "Common accusations include that someone hates copyright and mod authors and is a zealot when that person criticizes how some authors license their work. He rebrands their disagreement or puzzlement with copyright law as a burning hatred in order to make them appear histrionic. He's especially fond of the word zealot and often accuses people of having some vague agenda when they express disagreement with him. In Arthmore's eyes, sincere disagreement is impossible because his viewpoint is objectively correct by virtue of it being his viewpoint. Pirate is another favorite accusation of his, and one that he sometimes slings at the drop of a hat. That's the most consistent theme. He seeks not to persuade by sound argument, but instead to intimidate and disconcert. I have never once seen him show tact or empathy in any situation on this subreddit that required either. The only time he has ever actually shown contrition was during his meltdown over USSEP being adapted for VR users.
Oh my god.
And I don't think even that was genuine. I suspect that Arthmore went to modify the USSEP permissions to forbid all use in connection with VR, only to see this notice that the Nexus staff put in the relevant form. If you change these settings, then the date and time of the change will be logged. You cannot allow other mod authors to modify or use your resources and then change your mind and expect them to remove your content from their work. So, interpret his apologetic behavior however you will.
He got the stick. The only time he apologized ever was when he got the stick from Nexus. It's over.
But
This
what
guy.
are Arthmore's thoughts on all this? Well, apparently a harsh tone is the only thing that people here understand. He doesn't think he was banned from here for his tone, though. According to his comments in threads on general mod author discussion, Arthmore was banned from here for having the bravery to stand up for mod author rights. We didn't like what he had to say, he claims. Over the years, Arthmore had been constructive more often than he tended to explode at people. More recently,
He's
his
very brave.
constructive behavior began to taper off
Exclamation
until
point
it was
hero.
very far overshadowed by his meltdowns. Arthmore has made it clear, both through his lack of improvement here and his words elsewhere, that he is constitutionally incapable of genuine contrition, of self-reflection, and of personal growth. He will never be allowed to return here. End
Wrecked.
quote. Still, it was clear that many people were still earnestly thankful for the work that Arthmore had done, not only on the unofficial patch, but as many other mods which were still remarkably popular, and criticism would frequently be tempered with proclamations of respect. But it wouldn't take long for the last of this goodwill to be burnt and for collective action to be taken against him, fueled by frustrations with his aggressive nature, relitigations of the changes made by the unofficial patch, and misinformation about what exactly Arthmore had done.
Uh-oh.
On August 3rd, 2019, the program Wabbajack was released. Named for the famous staff from the Elder Scrolls series, Wabbajack is a program that allows modders to create a list of desired mods, which the program will then automatically download and install, a minutes-long process compared to manual installation, which would usually take hours and was prone to user error. The benefit to mod users was obvious. Not only did Wabbajack remove much of the tedium associated with modding and allow people to install far more mods far faster, but it also simplified the process, making it more accessible to those with less familiarity.
Okay.
But while Wabbajack had obvious utility, its release was still controversial. For mod users, Wabbajack helped fulfill their desire to use mods.
Yeah, but you can't endorse it on the page, man. You know, if this thing goes through, then if you don't go on Nexus and endorse the mod, they don't get their internet points. They don't get their Nexus salary. You actually can endorse it. What's the problem then?
And easily, but these goals were not always aligned with mod authors, many of whom sought recognition for their work. Before Wabbajack and other inevitable tools like it, those who wished to use a mod would have to visit a download page that presented the mod author's name and the opportunity to interact with the community and provide feedback. On Nexus mods, this included not only the option to endorse the mod, but to support the mod author financially. When using Wabbajack, these features were never presented to the user unless they went searching, something that most users would not choose to do, and so they were far less likely to interact with the modding community. Mod packs had already drawn ire from mod authors, but Wabbajack exacerbated this problem even further, potentially disrupting the mod ecosystem by removing the friction that necessitated some level of recognition and interaction. To most, however, this was far from a consideration. Wabbajack solved a problem that had acted as one of modding's greatest barriers to entry, and even
You know why I can't start a Fallout New Vegas or Bethesda game playthrough like right now? I have to spend like every single time I have to spend like at least 2 or 3 hours, maybe 4 hours, maybe 5 hours sitting down. First of all, finding which mods do I want to use. Secondly, how do I install them? What mod engine do I use to install them? What do I use to run it? What patches do I need? What gameplay things do I need? What patches? Like all of this, there's so much stuff. There's so much fucking shit you gotta do to mod a game like Fallout New Vegas, Skyrim. Like it takes ages. It takes so fucking long. Yeah, TTW. Yeah, it took forever. When I did Taylor 2 Wastelands, I went through a guide and it took like at least 2 or 3 hours with just following the guide. Download this, do that, patch the game, do this patch, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. This, change this value, set up this, set up that, and then you gotta tweak all your mods to your liking. And I still got it wrong. Man. So the armor values didn't work. So
Seasoned modders understood the utility and were excited to begin using it. While the program disseminated throughout the modding public, however, something odd occurred with the unofficial patch project. On September 24th, 2019, the file for the unofficial Skyrim Legendary Edition patch, or USleep, was altered to be an exe file that would install all files for the user. The Legendary Edition of Skyrim was released many years prior and included the base game along with all downloadable content, but it was superseded by the Special Edition, and the unofficial patch team had released the final update for the Legendary Edition a year and a half prior, choosing to focus solely on the more refined Special Edition. Though outdated, many people still played on the Legendary Edition for various reasons, and so, when this change was made, players took notice immediately. Many had their theories as to why. Upon release, Wabbajack wasn't compatible with exe files.
Genius.
And so, many suspected that this was an attempt from the unofficial patch team to prevent Wabbajack from being able to download and install the mod. While there was still some trepidation from mod authors, most mod users were in favor of programs such as Wabbajack, and so, this perceived resistance to it was received profoundly negatively. As if in response, the developer of Wabbajack, Halgari, updated the program within the day to be compatible with exe files as well.
Holy giga chat! It took you 1 day!
The attempt to impede Wabbajack users moot. The following day, Sigurd Stormhand, one of the members of the unofficial patch team, made a post to the Skyrim mods subreddit, which he titled, "A View from a Member of the Unofficial Patch Project." In the past, Arthmore would have likely been the one to make such a post, but now that he was banned, this was no longer possible. He opened by writing, quote, "Greetings and salutations, friends. I'm writing this because over the last 24 hours or so, I've seen a lot of posts which are perpetuating an inaccurate image of the unofficial patch project. To be entirely clear,
They tried to make it incompatible with an exe, realized that that's not gonna fucking happen because the guy who made Wabbajack is a GeoChad. And now they're like, okay, what can we do to fix this? Okay, what right? play on empathy. Fuck, do it.
Here, I have written the following entirely at my own volition, with neither input nor prompting from any other unofficial patch project member or anyone else. Let me clarify this point so that people are clear. Arthmore runs the project with great dedication, but at no time in the more than a decade I have known him have I ever heard him describe it as my project. Also, to be clear, run in this context means he administers the project website, the bug tracker, assigns tasks/begs for help, moderates the forum, and handles the release schedule on multiple platforms and to multiple websites, and generally keeps things on the rails. What Arthmore doesn't do is unilaterally decide what gets fixed and what doesn't, nor does he unilaterally decide the format in which the patch is uploaded. More than once I've seen Arthmore change the patch and take all the subsequent flack from angry users for whatever reason when that change was argued for and implemented by someone else. That he carries out this last function with great assiduity is beyond doubt, though perhaps it could be done with less acidity." End quote.
It's
After
probably
briefly addressing the security concerns that programs like Wabbajack introduce and the potential effects on the modding scene, he gave the reasoning behind the abrupt and unannounced change to an exe file for the old Legendary Edition unofficial patch. Quote, "It was decided to see if people really want exe installers or if they want Wabbajack despite it being an installer. This is why the Nexus mirror of USleep was converted into an installer. What we discovered is that
it was an experiment. They were experimenting, okay?
People definitely don't want exe installs, even if they are performing
Oh, what? They don't want the EXEs, you think? Oh, you've been doing this mod thing for how long? How many years? This is in what, 2017, 18? You now realize, oh, they don't want the exe files. Having the archive is probably pretty useful. Having it be like a install that is more modular and easier to work with. Fuck that. Now let's try an exe for no particular reason whatsoever.
Annual installs. However, despite this, people do seem to want a Wabbajack exe installer. I find that contradictory. Either exe files to install mods automatically are good, or they are bad as far as I'm concerned. Rather more troubling was the fact that a Wabbajack developer...
Are they? What if one exe can do all of them instead of, having one exe for per fucking mod? How about that? How about that?
Immediately took it upon themselves to break open the exe and integrate that ability into Wabbajack, which contradicts previous commitments to abide by the wishes of mod authors and not include their mods if permission is withheld. End quote. But few people believed Sigurd's explanation. The top-voted comment, which had nearly 3 times the upvotes as the original post, explained the issue succinctly. Quote, "The exe installer for uSleep did nothing functionally desired by users. It was just pointlessly in an exe installer when setup was already able to be handled by a variety of methods. Wabbajack automates the install of many mods, a functionality desired by users."
There you go.
Other users were quick to reject the comparison that Sigurd made. In the replies to the top comment, another user wrote, quote, "They're saying they innocently, after Arthmore suggested it first, decided to switch uSleep to a registry editing..."
After Arthmore suggested it why would he do that? Just to see if anyone would like that.
exe, just to see if anyone would like that, in much the same way that one might innocently kick someone else in the shin to see if they were a surprise masochist. End quote. These skeptical commenters would be proven correct 6 years later when Sigurd replied to another user in the Oblivion Mods subreddit, where he clarified that the true reason that they had taken this course of action was far less innocent than he implied in his post. Quote, "What other bonkers stuff are you talking about? The time we turned the Skyrim version of the patch into an exe file for a day? That was a protest against Wabbajack distributing unsigned executables, and it actually convinced Halgari to change the way Wabbajack worked." End quote. Indeed, in the replies, the lead developer for Wabbajack, Halgari, appeared and offered to enter into a dialogue with the unofficial patch team, which occurred just a few days later. While this would only be partially effective, it seemed to sate the team for the time being. However, for many, the unofficial patch team had just spent the last of the goodwill that they had with the community. Arthmore's incendiary rhetoric was still fresh in the minds of many modders, and their actions to resist Wabbajack and other mod installers was seen as selfish and regressive. It would only take a few more actions for the community to completely turn on them.
Hero. His vision is a sufficient amount of alcohol. But me, I'm chilling. Albino is sounding more and more like a sick man by the minute.
Drink some water, Bino. Your throat is dying.
No, my throat is fine. I don't need water.
File hosting service Dropbox removed an old version
Thank
of
you
the
for the
unofficial
bits.
Skyrim patch being hosted on their services in accordance with a DMCA takedown request issued by Arthmore.
Wait, what? What happened?
Hosting In March of 2021, file hosting service Dropbox removed an old version of the unofficial Skyrim patch being hosted on their services in accordance with a DMCA takedown request issued by Arthmore. Specifically, this was the file that the Skyrim VR modding community was using and sharing among one another.
No
While
way!
there was still a compatibility patch that made the new version usable, many preferred to use the old version of the patch, since it required fewer steps and was guaranteed to be compatible with certain other mods. Any goodwill that Arthmore had bought with his apology a year and a half prior was now burnt. The problem of hosting the patch would be solved only a few months later. Nexus Mods, which had grown to be the largest host for mods over the years, had announced their collections system some time ago, a system similar to Wabbajack that allowed modders to create mod lists that could be installed together and shared with others. However, these mod lists would naturally depreciate if people could remove their mods, or if updates made certain of these mods incompatible with others in the list. And so, on July 1st, 2021, they clarified that old versions of every mod uploaded to their servers would be archived and remain downloadable indefinitely. While some modders expressed discomfort at this idea, most seemed either to be indifferent or the loss of control was worth the chance to use Nexus as a platform. However, this was unacceptable to Arthmore, who had historically abhorred the idea of old versions of his mods being available online.
What do you mean? Arthmore didn't care about that. That wasn't Arthmore. That was Kieran. That's what he said. He said it was Kieran who wanted it. He was disrespecting the wish of the original creator, right? Like, what's the problem? It wasn't he was the one. No.
And felt strongly about the ability for mod authors to express a legal copyright to their work. Speaking in a thread dedicated to the topic on the AFK mods forums, he wrote, quote, "I've been silent on this subject because I didn't want to generate any controversy over the issue beyond what's already out there, but as this is going to become apparent soon enough anyway, I figure the time is now to say something. I have just submitted a file deletion form to purge 100 mod pages that have been uploaded to Nexus over the course of the last 15 years. I did not want to do this, but Nexus has made it clear that they do not respect mod authors in the slightest, and I felt that I had to respond to that in the only way they've left us. This represents a great deal of time
How about an
invested for
email?
me, and I'm sure folks can imagine it hurt like hell to submit that form, but in my opinion, my rights are far more important. That said, yes, I am leaving a handful of things up for Skyrim Special Edition. You can all call me a hypocrite for doing it, but I don't fancy starving to death due to lack of money either. No further updates to any of my mods will be done, and no new material from me will be uploaded in the future. Due to existing agreements with the unofficial patch team, the patches will be the only content under my account that will receive its regular updates. So don't ask about the rest, because it won't be happening. And to be absolutely clear on this, no permission is granted to anyone to upload any of my work to Nexus mods or any other site. Do not ask, because the answer is no.
I'm gonna go into my room, close the door, and do not come in. Don't come in. Don't talk to me. I'm not mad. Nope. I want to do this. It's not a fucking.
This thread was filled with people who shared.
He sounds like a fucking a kid, like a 12-year-old kid. No parents allowed on the sign on the door. I'm mad. Don't come in.
Sentiment, lamenting.
My nephew did this not too long ago. I remember that. He got like mad over his parents restricting him about something, and they would like literally write on the door like no parents allowed. And I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna pack my bags. I'm gonna leave. And you guys suck. And I hate everything. And blah 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 blah. Because he can't control his emotions. You know why he couldn't do that? Because he was fucking 6 years old, man. But this is a grown-ass adult who's coding for video games. It's a bit different.
Nexus's decision, and some offering unprofessional but enthusiastic legal advice. This was perhaps to be expected, given that it was his website. For most of the modding public, however, the most important fact was that the unofficial patch would remain on Nexus, despite his anger. In fact, these changes meant that, while Arthmore would remove many of his mods, the archive of old versions of the unofficial patch would now be available to those who desired it through Nexus, meaning that the Skyrim VR modding community no longer had to quietly pass the old versions among one another. But just as the unofficial patch was becoming more accessible to VR users, console users would see themselves stymied instead. While modding on console versions of Skyrim was less common, there was still a community around it, though their capabilities were extremely limited. For the Xbox version of the game specifically, console mod users were limited to 5 GB of space and 150 unique mods, but some were still dedicated enough to make it work. Discussions around whether or not to use the unofficial patch specifically were floated due to its remarkably large size, at the time at 366 megabytes.
So they actually do an incentive to keep the mod slim. They have like because of the limitations on Xbox, keeping this mod as slim as possible and not adding high quality textures to a fucking dartboard in the starting village might not be the best idea.
Large for a patch meant only to fix
because textures are pretty big in size.
User Snipey.
You know what's also big in size? MP3 files, like the one they added for the Dragon.
60 wrote that this file size could be attributed to, quote, roughly 15 megabytes of bug fixes addressed by a modification of the ESP file, yet another 350 megabytes of included textures, meshes, sound files, and scripts, end quote. However, since many mods relied upon the unofficial patch, there was often little choice over whether or not to include it if someone wanted popular mods. In the interest of reducing size requirements while still providing some measure of bug fixing, user Snipey360 created a single patch incorporating a large number of fixes from various mods, which, while not as comprehensive as the unofficial patch, still provided numerous quality of life improvements, and released it in November of 2021, naming it Reconciliation. Many of the included mods were bug fixes that had either.
How about tea?
I don't need that. No, I am okay.
Been donated to and absorbed into the unofficial patch, or mods that the unofficial patch project publicly stated were made obsolete by their work. However, shortly after it was uploaded, it was taken down by Bethesda with little to no reason given. When people noticed its disappearance, they immediately began to suspect Arthmore, whose fondness for DMCA takedown requests was at this point well documented and well practiced. Beseeching the Bethesda moderators, Snipey asserted that Reconciliation did not infringe upon the unofficial patch's terms of use. When people noticed its disappearance, they immediately began to suspect Arthmore, whose fondness for DMCA takedown requests was at this point well documented and well practiced. Beseeching the Bethesda moderators, Snipey asserted that reconciliation did not infringe upon the unofficial patch's terms of use, but in response, the moderators were extremely vague, stating, "We regret to inform you that your appeal is denied due to the evidence within our system for uploading a mod without respect for the rights of others." They then threatened to permanently ban him should he be found in the wrong again, though what precisely he had done wrong was left unspecified. Perhaps driven in part by a publicly stated frustration with Arthmore, Snipey uploaded the mod again, but this time with 2 versions, one that omitted the unofficial patch and one that included it. Again, the version that omitted the unofficial patch was removed, and, again, suspicion turned to Arthmore. This suspicion was encouraged by the fact that the only distinction between the version that was allowed to remain and the version that was taken down was the presence of the unofficial patch. News quickly made its way to the Skyrim mods subreddit, where Arthmore had been banned, and the assumption of the USKP team's involvement carried over there as well, and discussion of them began. One of the top-voted comments made a troubling accusation. Quote, "One of the USSEP team already came out and said that they actively try to shut down competition. You have to fight this until the bitter end." End quote.
What the fuck is wrong with them? I've been playing with this mod. Okay, now I actually sound like an old man. I've been playing like this my whole life. Every time I use this mod, but I did not know about this. I didn't know about Arthmore.
Another user chimed in to give context, explaining how problems in the modding scenes of previous Elder Scrolls games had led to the problems in the present day. Quote, "Because of Morrowind and their unofficial patch, the Morrowind community teamed up and made a better patch that isn't hooked to anything. It's just the raw files with no stupid fanfictionary edits over weapons."
Because, wait, what?
Because of Morrowind and their unofficial patch, the Morrowind community teamed up and made a better patch that isn't hooked to anything. It's just the raw files with no stupid fanfictionary edits over weapon stats, skills, and even mechanics. This incident made them rush both Oblivion, made by Quarren and Kevin, aka Arthmore's bosses, and Fallout 3 patches, also made by Quarren and Kevin. These two made the game so unstable that the blame over the game being so bad on modern machines came from these 2 mods, and it didn't fix the game at all, and they put this stupid rule on top of it with the help of Nexus.
What the fuck?
Quote. More mod authors appeared to encourage others to avoid making mods that use the unofficial patch as a dependency. But in a surprise turn, Arthmore reached out to Snipey and revealed that the takedown request was actually from a different mod author whose mod had been used in reconciliation and wasn't from the unofficial patch team. While Arthmore wasn't willing to remove any content from his team's work, which had bloated considerably over the years, he was willing to find a way to compress it to 2/3 of its original size, specifically for the Xbox version. While Snipey would apparently reconcile with Arthmore, at least temporarily, this update would go mostly unnoticed by the larger community, meaning that many still assumed that Arthmore had been the one to demand the takedown, further damaging his reputation and, ergo, that of the unofficial patch. In the following year and a half, this deterioration would finally begin to have tangible results, as the efforts to expunge Arthmore from his central position in the modding scene would become so large that mainstream gaming news outlets would begin reporting on it. Over the course of 2021 and 22, community opinion of the unofficial patch began to rapidly sour. At first confined to bits of lore known only to the niche community, this information would disseminate to a much larger audience as people began to discuss these problems. Conversations about the project in any form would inevitably begin discussing at least one of 3 primary topics: Arthmore's unpleasant demeanor, the various controversial changes that the patch made,
I've watched
and
this
the
image so many
intention
times.
for attempting to quell any other bug-fixing projects. This last point would frequently be invoked, but when pressed for specific examples, none could be given, instead defaulting to the Gategate incident from a decade prior, or to Arthmore's aggressive DMCA claims on old versions of the unofficial patch, as well as takedown demands on Nexus for mods made specifically to change the unofficial patch that weren't given the team's blessing. However, when Arthmore announced changes to the unofficial patch due to a new official game update, team member Garthend attempted to respond to the strong backlash and revealed an important mandate from the team. This message was eventually deleted along with Garthend's Reddit account, but its contents were copied and posted to other forums, preserving it. It read in part, quote, "If it was up to me, we'd simply open up the permissions of USSEP and stop accepting external bug reports to reduce our workload. Unfortunately, we inherited the patch project from Kevin on the condition that we would keep the permissions closed and try to prevent rival patches. We had some bad memories from rival patches in the Morrowind era, apparently. We really didn't want to have to make a competitor patch from scratch, and, well, all I can say is it seemed like a good deal at the time." End quote. One major goal of the unofficial patch was to act as the primary bug-fixing mod favored above all others to unite the modding community, and this was likely an impetus for the list of bug-fixing mods made obsolete when the unofficial patch launched. Now that it had been central for so long, even starting another project seemed preposterous, as it would be a monumental task to replicate an entire decade's worth of fixes and changes from a team of multiple people receiving bug reports from hundreds, if not thousands of people. Most modders agreed that it was simply too late to begin such a project anew. If this truly was the intention of Kevin, then he had succeeded.
Damn.
As time went on, a small number of controversial changes would be resurrected and relitigated frequently. The changes to Red Belly Mine and its ebony ore were a common refrain, as was the removal of resto looping, an exploit that allowed players to rapidly level certain abilities, and changes to the Necromage perk. Much of the time, the reasoning behind the changes remained unspecified and unexamined, and given that it would take significant time and effort to trawl through forum threads to find the relevant information and form a cohesive opinion, most people on Reddit or the Steam forums learned through other users' summaries. While specific changes could be found by using a keyword search in the changelog, examining it in its entirety would be a massive task, given that after a decade, it was now over 200,000 words long. The negative opinion
Jesus
of
Christ.
the patch was not universal, however. Many people still supported its use, and those who derided it acknowledged its overall positive impact on the game. Some supporters would go so far as to say that Skyrim was nigh unplayable without the unofficial patch, with long, fawning screeds written to support it. After a decade, a clear rift in the Skyrim modding scene had emerged between those who supported the unofficial patch and those who were against it, though those in the latter category would typically refer to Arthmore and the patch interchangeably, and soon, those who took a stance against him would have the opportunity to lock him and the team from the center of another game's modding community. Back in 2018, Bethesda had announced a new game in development called Starfield, and in 2022, close to its initial release date, a new modding project was announced called the Starfield Community Patch. Gaming news outlet GamesRadar interviewed some of these early organizers, and they gave several notable insights. On the topic of responsibility and ownership, they stated, quote, "If you look at other large modding projects that exist out there today, you'll find that quite a lot of them have suffered from growing pains at some point during development. These problems often stem from questions around ownership, copyright, vision, etc." End quote. Immediately, people understood this to be referring to Arthmore and the unofficial patch project, and that part of this new project's mission was to break their monopoly on Bethesda bug-fixing mods, though they never explicitly mentioned this angle. The game was delayed into the following year, but when the final release neared, Nexus Mods made a news post announcing that the project
There's a
would begin
relevant
as
emote
soon
for
as
this very
Starfield was available.
situation. https://old.
No, I'm not gonna have that.
And while not openly endorsed by the site, the core team consisted of multiple people who worked for Nexus Mods, including the community manager, who promised to, quote, "bring any resources in from Nexus Mods and support the patch as part of my day-to-day duties." Another notable
No, I'm
figure
not
was
done it yet.
Halgari,
I've seen
creator
enough.
of the Wabbajack program and head of the Nexus Mods desktop development team. Most notable for those paying attention to the unofficial patch, however, was a section about 2/3 of the way through the article with the header, "Is this from the same team that made the unofficial patches for Skyrim and Fallout 4? Its contents read, quote, "That's a bit of a complicated question, but the shortest answer is no. When setting up this project, the unofficial patch team were consulted and invited to contribute, but there have been no confirmed plans for them to be involved. The unofficial patch team deserve the utmost respect for the work they've put into the Elder Scrolls and Fallout patches over the years, and they would absolutely be welcome to be a part of the Starfield Community Patch project." End quote. On the AFK Mods website, however, the unofficial patch team and the small group that had gathered around them were far less complimentary to their new competing patch. Arthmore was quick to declare that they were entirely unaffiliated with the community patch and derided them for their methods, writing of them, quote, "It's a very corpo style they've chosen to deal with things, with loads of complicated development tools being employed for the usual trendy reasons. We may not be the fanciest operation out there, but this is a community project. It doesn't need GitHub integrations and over-engineered
Oh
tools
my
to make it
God.
work. The bottom line with
But it's so crazy. Like they're just trying to fix the game. They're literally just trying to fix the game, man. Like that's it. Like they're trying to mod out bugs in a video game. It's a community. Like what the fuck?
Nexus is that when they hatched
It's
plans
not that
to
deep.
offer mod packs, they went full corpo and turned on the very people who made them what they are today." End quote. With both teams confident in their ability to attract the attention of mod users, it would take time to discover if the dominance of the unofficial patch project could be shaken. But even as the team continued work, they would oscillate even further with some of their changes. The Red Belly Mine, which had practically become a rallying cry for those frustrated with what they saw as overzealous changes, began to receive further adjustments. Originally, its ebony ore had been changed to iron, and the iron in another nearby mine changed to ebony, but now the unofficial patch team decided to resurrect an unused mine left in the code, which they named Bitterblade Hollow. The patch notes don't name this cave, but they do note that the cave houses the ebony nodes and a small pack of wolves, nothing more. However, this was either an error or a joke, as various mod users noticed that a book called the Bitterwitch Journal could be found in this new cave, which included a poem either written by one of the unofficial patch team or pulled from other lore. These changes caused significant confusion for people who had been playing the game for over a decade at this point, with one Reddit user questioning themselves. Quote, "I've played this game 20 times in the last 12 years, and that was actually new. I kinda wondered if I might be having a stroke." Confusion like this had become commonplace on sites like Reddit, where players would mention something about the game only for another person to arrive and express that they had never seen such a thing before, unaware that one of the two was playing with the unofficial patch and was unaware of just how many additions the mod made. This new inclusion accidentally broke another popular mod that also used this mine, and people began to complain. As such, the team decided to remove Bitterblade Hollow and move the ebony ore to a nearby animal den. However, stating that the presence of ore in an animal den felt unrealistic, they again announced their intention to move the ebony ore back into the mine where they had originally moved it a decade prior. With such a divided community and so much attention on Arthmore, a significant contingent was willing to throw out Arthmore by whatever means available, and a sudden announcement would allow for the most public litigation of the unofficial patch project to date, something that would offer the truest test of the team's hold on the Elder Scrolls modding community and threaten the obscurity that had screened scrutiny.
Yeah, what now? They could have just not touched it, yeah. They could have just not touched the mine.
In 2023, information had leaked about the production of a remastered version of Oblivion, the game preceding Skyrim in the Elder Scrolls series, and 2 years later, in April of 2025, more insider sources began leaking information that the game would be launched imminently. Arthmore, however, was unconvinced. On the AFK forums, he wrote, quote, "Just to be perfectly clear here for anyone stumbling on this months or years from now, no such remake is coming. All of the leakers to date have said it would be out already, and it's obviously not here, and Bethesda has made absolutely no noise about it at all. They would have by this point if it were real." When other forum members pointed out that the magazine Forbes made a short article reaffirming the leaks, Arthmore retorted, "Forbes, like many others, has fallen victim to a falsity." End quote. On April 22nd, 2025, Oblivion Remastered was both announced and released to great fanfare from fans of the series, and naturally, people began to wonder when mods would begin to appear. They would not have to wait long. A week after the game's launch, a new unofficial patch for the game was made available. Immediately, people were suspicious. A week was an extremely short time for such a mod to appear, especially given that no official modding support had yet been offered, something for which the team had historically waited. Scarcely 2 hours after the unofficial Oblivion patch was uploaded, a post to the Oblivion mods subreddit was made titled, "Warning, don't use Arthmore's new Oblivion Remastered patch, potential risks to stability." In this post, the author showed evidence that the unofficial patch team had simply taken the unofficial patch for the old version of Oblivion, made some small changes for compatibility, and released it after only a week. Immediately, people began reporting issues, noting that the game would crash to desktop when entering some specific areas, a bug that likely should have
By the way, just to be first, just so they could have that, just for that.
Included the mod's publishing, especially given the team's insistence on making their patches stable. A smaller, much less consequential bug was that, with the patch installed, the tails of the Argonian lizard people in the game would stay static when they turned around, making it appear as though they all had massive phalluses. This was enough to attract the attention of PC Gamer magazine, a mainstream gaming publication, who briefly discussed the controversy and some of the history behind Arthmore's conflict with the modding community. Arthmore took the time to reach out to the author of this article to provide extra insight into Gategate and also address the Red Belly mine changes, though the update to the article included no new information about the Oblivion Remastered patch. Despite his initial hesitance, the changes to the Red Belly mine had become one of his most ardently defended aspects of the patch, perhaps due simply to the frequency of its discussion. As the months passed, it became clear that, while this new unofficial patch didn't have nearly the same dominance that its Skyrim counterpart had, it still was able to attract significant attention thanks to its name alone, placing it in the top 20 most popular mods, though well below some others. Still, it doesn't appear to have the same sort of hold on the Oblivion remastered modding scene as it did on Skyrim. In the meantime, however, the effort to prevent the unofficial patch's dominance in Starfield was beginning to waver. While the community patch had significantly outperformed the unofficial patch, octupling the number of unique downloads, it suddenly stopped receiving updates in September of 2024. It wouldn't be until May of the following year that the Starfield community would receive a reason from one of the team members. Quote, "As I am sure some of you have noticed, the Starfield community patch hasn't been updated for quite a while at this point. This is due to the core team members generally not having the time or motivation to curate the patch anymore.
Fair enough.
Other members of the team have found themselves disenchanted with the game for various reasons. Lack of replayability,
Oh, it's a shit
the
game.
modding
Yeah, who would've-
situation,
yeah, I
moved
mean,
on
I
to
wouldn't
playing
expect
new
anything
games,
else.
etc.
Game is ass,
we're
yeah.
opening up the floor for anyone who would be interested in taking over as project lead. It's a fair amount of work, but if you're interested, please let me know. If nobody comes forward, we may have to retire the project and direct users to Arthmore's patch going forwards." End quote. As of writing, there has been no word from the leadership of the Starfield community patch, while every active unofficial patch project receives regular updates. Arthmore continues to lead the team, though he has long ago stopped posting to Reddit. Despite the protests and the controversy, no other bug fixing mod has been able to break the dominance of the unofficial patch project, and where they have been overshadowed, the effort required has been comparatively immense and has floundered over time. With every other project quashed and the dedication of the team unparalleled, the unofficial patch project continues to project their will and vision despite ever-mounting controversy, and at least for the time being, it appears that this is how it will stay.
Double stare. I knew it was gonna be Kino. And the second I saw Fredrik Knudsen upload, I knew it was gonna be Kino. Also, I have gotten a totally different voice now. I sound like a different person right now. Like, if you close your eyes, you probably don't think you're watching an albino stream, because it's, yeah. I've gotten, it's a skinwalker moment. Second puberty, yeah, I'm like Pirate Software. It's not a fake voice, I just have a cold, man. I have a cold. You sound 20 years old. Dr. Chat told you to drink water. Yeah, I did drink water. But the water is not gonna fix my throat, chat. It is like this because I'm sick. You don't cure sickness by drinking water. It's not a fucking video game. Okay? And besides, it's just funny. It's funny. I don't care. It sounds funny. You don't always get to have a funny voice. Now I get to have a funny voice. Who cares, right? Like, what, you know? Fucking doctors in chat. You're trying to fix something that's not a problem. Maybe you should make an unofficial Skyrim patch or something, I don't know. With your obsessiveness and lack of restraint. How about that?
How about that? How about that?
Dogs. An official albino patch, yeah. That's what you should be making. You sound like Joe Biden. I don't sound like Joe Biden. I don't even know what I sound like. I'll have to watch the video back afterwards and see what I sound like. Was it too long? Didn't read? What? Didn't read? You mean too long? Didn't watch? Gravedigger, you don't read videos.
Can you read us a bedtime story with your old man voice?
Maybe I can.
Hund.
Hund. Rivlene, thank you for the sub.
Dog with dementia.
Teddy Fresh, thank you for the sub. Please. But I don't know any stories, man. I can ask ChatGPT to make me a story. I can just tell like a inappropriate joke instead.
We've moved Albino's cave to a nearby hole, but due to massive controversies, we're moving it back.
I remember one. Yeah. How did they go again? It's from Gran Torino. Okay. A black man, a Mexican, and a Jew walk into a bar. The bartender says, "Get the fuck out." That's like that. That's the one from what's his name? Clint Eastwood. Yeah, Clint Eastwood's joke. Very funny. It's an okay movie. It's an okay. I don't think the movie was like insane, but it was pretty good. It was pretty good. It has some really bad actors, but it was fine. You know, it's just like just yeah, whatever. Once upon a midnight. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as some on gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. "Only this and nothing more." What is the fucking story, man? What is the story? There's no story.
Hexagon cosplay.
Thank you for the bits. Gosh. He's in prison. Oh, okay. I don't know what I didn't get it. I just read. Edgar Poe. More like Edgar Poe, because that story was shit. So. That's how I'm gonna be. Grumpy old man that hates everything in a rocking chair. That's gonna be me. That's gonna be me in like 2 years, by the way. That's what it is. But yeah, no, it's 4 hours. Honestly, man, I don't know how good of an idea it is for me to sit here and stream with this voice. You know what I should do? What I should do now probably is just shut the fuck up. That's what I should do. I should stop talking and let my throat, like, you know, be. Because if I let it be, then I might not have a moment where I cough so much that I can't sleep tonight. So, because that sucks. So I'll see you. Yeah, so I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna call it a day, and I'll see you. I'll see you whenever my voice is fine. I guess. I don't know how long I should push. I don't know how much I can push this. It doesn't sound good. I should leave it be. So I'll go live when my voice is okay. It usually doesn't last very long. Maybe a couple of days.
Drink tea and get well soon. Gone, Mr. Beano.
Good, gone, Domengsy. Anyways, yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for visiting for those. It's fun. I'm gonna go rest so I don't fuck up my voice. So, good night. Take care. Wake up. Love you all. Have a good one. See you soon. Bye bye.